Hello, how's everybody doing? I am actually live here with a surprise guest, Alex Meir. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of him. You know him. He's Ty Lopez's business partner. He just sold his company, Zeus, the dating app, for I think it was 255 million. He was over there on Wall Street, rung the bell and all that stuff. So go check out his personal page. Everything is on there. Everything is good. So I'm actually live here with him now, surprisingly live. Actually. We were actually on, I guess it was a Zoom video, and we were actually streaming live on Zoom. And right at the end, he asked if there was any more questions or anything. And I threw out a question because I guess it was another speaker that was at the beginning of that live broadcast on Zoom. His name was Mark Lack, I think it was. And he talked about how you needed to actually go live with just different entrepreneurs and all that, doing interviews and everything. So I asked Alex if he would go live with me, and then he actually graciously hopped on here now with me. So I just want him to actually, pretty much, I'm pretty sure most of you guys know who he is, but I want him to actually introduce himself. So thank you, Alex, for joining me, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for having me, Mike. So first of all, that's right. If you want to build, I talk about it all the time. It's called authority bias. If you want to build an online presence, what you're doing right now is actually exactly the right thing to do. So congrats on taking the right steps. A little bit about me. I'm a scientist turned entrepreneur. So I grew up, wanting to be a scientist. I went to school. I started engineering. I got my PhD in engineering, and I worked as a scientist for NASA. And then when I was, I want to say 26 years old, I decided to try my hand at entrepreneurship. And I left everything behind. I left my science and academic career behind. And I started my first company that actually ended up becoming Zeus. And, I built an expertise in basically building consumer brands online. And I've done that several times, couple times at least so far. So far, so good. And, we keep building brands and products that hopefully make the world a better place, and also makes money for everybody involved, and is good for the consumers. And, and it's just also fun to do. That's what I do.
Ask you this, as far as when you transitioned to an entrepreneur, because obviously you said you used to work for NASA. I mean, what exactly is that like? I mean, what's the life like, working for NASA? I mean, is it like a typical 9-to-5 job, or how does that work?
No, far from it. I remember a lot of times. So it's the NASA center in Mountain View, Moffett Field. It's actually a military base. So the guards at the front, the military police at the front, they were used to me driving in like 11 p.m. at night just to check on the results in my lab. So it's the furthest thing from 9-to-5 job you can imagine. I would wake up late in the mornings and drink my coffee, go in the lab, work until like 8 p.m., go have dinner, go back to lab at 11 p.m., work until 3 a.m. So that was kind of the life. I was more of a research scientist, less on operations side of things. And that's what life was, doing new things, new exciting things, and publishing. I think of it as pushing the boundaries of science, like the body of knowledge, academic work around my area of expertise a little bit forward, one day at a time. So that's what I was doing.
Yeah, so actually I can relate a little bit to being in the lab, because I pretty much worked every shift. Actually, I majored in biology, so I have a BS degree in biology. And then actually I used to work in the lab, so I worked third shift, second shift, first shift, weekend shift. And pretty much, I mean, obviously, I guess we're pretty much a little bit in different trades and everything, but I mean, still, I was in the pharmaceutical field, and just the samples were coming in, periodically throughout my shift, throughout the day, throughout, pretty much whenever we were in there. So we had to grab them and test them, and then, turn around and give them results. So I wasn't working in operations, but I was somewhat providing results for, the operations and all that stuff. So, I mean, at what point did you say, well, let me just, I mean, because obviously, when you say NASA, I mean, obviously, everybody knows NASA and, it's a big name. So why did you decide to actually step out on your own and say, I'm tired of working for somebody else. I want to work for myself?
Well, to be honest with you, so first of all, I was never, so I gotta say, working at NASA never felt like I was working with someone else, for someone else. It was great. And, a lot of times, sometimes I even look back and I feel like, I was really happy working at NASA. It was kind of my childhood dream. And it was a lot of fun. I was doing a lot of exciting things. I worked on many different projects. So it wasn't like despite like not liking my job that I went and, became an entrepreneur. It's just curiosity on whether or not I could actually succeed as an entrepreneur. I did not have, most entrepreneurs, they grow up thinking about entrepreneurship, like they are exposed to it, their family or what have you, or they start early age. I didn't. It was all about science for me growing up. So to me, jumping to entrepreneurship was a big jump. Okay. Second, it kind of put my career as a successful researcher and academic somewhat at risk, because I don't know how much you know, but as an academic, if you stop publishing research papers, you become obsolete really quickly, and then the scientific body doesn't recognize you anymore. Does that make sense? So for a period of time, for about a year or two after my transition to entrepreneurship, I was still working with some of my former colleagues and publishing papers in case things wouldn't work out in the entrepreneurship world. I could still go back, and there was not much of a gap in my research publications. So I kind of tried to handle both for a little bit, but then a year or two into it, I was like, okay, so this is not going to work. So I got to really jump in. So I did my best to do that. But, there are things about entrepreneurship that I really like, don't get me wrong. As a scientist, you're kind of at the mercy of the funding for your research. So whatever is the source of research, even if if you're inside an organization like NASA, there's funding available for different projects, and it's not like you can pursue whatever you want. You apply for grants, or you ask for an entrepreneur. You're still looking for funding, but it's more in your control and it's more result driven. Does that make sense? Which I like it a lot better. That's the main difference, in my opinion.
That's good. So at least you got experience looking for funding. So it's not anything new. I mean, I know it's kind of, I guess, a different thing that you're actually looking for as far as the funding, different ways to go about it and everything. But at least you're not new. So what exactly was your first business? As far as outside, once you actually made that full transition.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. I started in 2007, middle to second half of 2007. We started brainstorming a little bit beforehand. I had some ideas for a wireless cat feeder and things like that. I even have sketches of a full-on wireless cat feeder that I designed. We never actually pursued it, but the first one that we actually pursued was an app. It was actually this is a little bit before apps. It was called widgets, right? Apps, like a few months after we started, apps started becoming mainstream, and that's when we transitioned to apps. But it was actually a widget, a multimedia polling widget. It was, one way to think about it is like, think Instagram's polling feature, but back in 2007. So that's the first thing that we launched, and it was a desktop application, not a mobile application, because smartphones were not, iPhone had just launched, but there was no app store. And we started building that, and then we transitioned into Facebook app platform. And then I believed in apps in early days. I bet on apps. We started building all sorts of different apps, from quizzes to games to everything like you can imagine. And this is a time when people ask me, what do you guys build? I told them we build apps. They thought I meant appetizers. So it's like, that's really that early in the app movement we were. And also I remember I was giving a talk at the time at a conference, and I was standing on the stage, and I was like, In a few years, you're going to be doing everything through apps, even your banking, and the era of .com is kind of over. And people chuckled. They thought I was joking. They didn't even take me seriously. This is, that's how early I was in the app movement. So, but then we bet on apps. We built different apps, and then one of our apps, which was an online dating app, took off. And then we full on pivoted into online dating. We dropped everything else. So it was the same company. It's just, it started as a kind of like app laboratory. We were building apps just like a scientist. We were just generating apps. And the one that took off, we pursued, and everything else we shut down over time.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. So I guess, how did you get, because I know you and Ty actually do things online where you have, I guess, different viewers and, everybody that's tuning in, you actually get them to throw out business ideas. So how did you get, your first big app idea, the dating app? So was it a kind of a setting like that where people just throwing ideas? Did you have ideas in your head? You were writing down stuff, on paper? Or how did that come about?
Yeah, so I had a simple method. I mean, I kind of mirrored what I was doing in the lab. So every week, we had this discussion. I went to my team. It was a team of 4 of us. And I went to the team and I said, look, on Monday, we're going to start a brand new app concept. By Friday, we're going to have it completely done. On Saturday, we test it. Saturday night, we launch it. Sunday, we observe it. And then on Monday, we launch another one. So we literally did that every week, starting probably end of September, maybe October of 2007, in different apps, like bam, 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 until like end of December, we started an online dating one, and just was one of many apps we had launched, And, that one took off, and then we shut down everything else. So it was not kind of like, I didn't go into it with the intention of launching an online dating company. I went into it literally like I want to say, Thomas Edison trying to figure out how to create but that would be like too much. I don't want to really compare myself to Thomas Edison. It was way, way bigger of an invention, but the methodology was the same. I went and tried hundreds of things that some failed, some succeeded a little bit. None of them was an outlier until I found an outlier. And then I stuck with it. Does that make sense? So that's kind of the methodology. So it wasn't much of it, as much as I want to tell you that I had a spark of genius. I didn't. It was more like blind experimentation.
And then I guess even as now, like for a new entrepreneur starting out, because actually I'm getting ready to develop a new Facebook group for employees transitioning to entrepreneurs. So, I mean, as far as, like a new entrepreneur starting out, what exactly do you think they should get started with? What business? I mean, is it digital marketing? Or, how can they actually decide on what business they want to go into?
Yeah, so here's kind of like, I have 2 answers. Answer number 1, the way I describe it is that the answer is not within you. It's not within you. Meaning by pondering, you cannot pull the answer out from inside of you. Does that make sense? So the answer is outside of you. It's out there. So you need to either experiment or ask a lot of people. So the answer has to come from outside, not from inside. I see a lot of entrepreneurs that are just saying, sometimes it's like a team of 2 people who are co-founders, they're buddies, and they want to start a company together. And they just sit in a room and they just brainstorm together as if I'm like, look, trust me, the answer is not in this room. It's not inside you. It's not even in this room. The answer is outside. So you need to ask others, go experiment with things, and one thing leads to another and to another to another. It's a discovery process, not an internal inspection and, try to pull the answer from your gut kind of situation. So that's the first thing that I tell them. Look, the answer is not inside of you. This is not like a Buddha sitting under a tree and come like doing Zen meditation and that the answer to comes upon you. It's not like that. It is like more like, you do a little bit, you get the clue for another thing, ask somebody gives you an idea, you chase that for a little bit. It's kind of like a discovery process. It's kind of like how Christopher Columbus discovered America. So he was going after something else, and then one thing led to another, and bam, new continent, right? So it's like he wasn't sitting there like, oh, I bet there is a continent called America that looks like exactly that was not the case. So that's the first thing I want to tell them. But then there are general things that I believe, and that's like I always tell entrepreneurs that are starting, service businesses are easier to start than product businesses. Basically, it's better when you're starting to trade your time for money, not in the context of a job. So when you have a job, you're trading your energy and time for money, but then somebody else controls it. If you start a consulting service, an agency, or some sort of service business, you're still trading your time for money. So it's kind of like a smoother transition. But in this particular case, then there's no boss above you. The entity is yours. Does that make sense? So that's the first transition. I think that is kind of like general guideline, kind of like how Christopher Columbus said, I'm going to go west. I'm like, that's kind of like go west. But beyond that, it's like a little bit of a discovery process.
All right. So I guess, a lot of people, because you talked about, not being internally. So, your business idea not being internally. So a lot of people talk about, having a passion, whatever your passion is, and develop a business around your passion. So do you agree with that statement, or is it just the fact of, you look outside external and then you try to find something that you're passionate about external and then you go after that?
So I want to say I 90% disagree with it. 10% there's something there, and I'm going to explain. It's a little bit of a complicated answer. So in general, just because something is your passion doesn't mean the rest of the world or the market or your potential customer cares about it at all. Like why do they care that it is your passion? So the way I think about it is you're going after product market fit in a way that is not about you. So it's not an egotistical, like it's about me and my passion, and I want to spread my passion kind of to the world kind of thing. It's like what the world wants, and let me build it for them. Kind of like come from the mentality of serving the market versus the mentality of, oh, I'm going to impose my will and my passion on the market. So that's the first thing. So with that philosophy, definitely don't care about your passion. However, there's a flip side to this argument. If you are truly passionate about something, the chances are that you know more about that particular subject than other things. Okay. So for example, if you're truly passionate about music, like you are really into music, you have been DJing and like blah, 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 and all that. If you start a music related startup, you have a slight advantage because you have explored that world just because it was your hobby a little bit more than other areas. So versus a sports startup, right? So for that reason, respect your passion in the sense that hopefully that passion made you familiar and gave you an edge in a particular area, but don't respect it so much that you kind of like say, okay, this is my passion, therefore my business has to be around this, and therefore the market has to want it, because the market doesn't care. So, and you as a business person will fail. So that's kind of like, that's why it's two sides. It's important to get both sides right. I'm not saying completely ignore your passion. Just think of your things that you're passionate about as areas where you're more likely to have knowledge about. Therefore, you might have slight edge in those areas. And if it happens to be a good business, great. If not, move on.
All right. So let me ask you this question as far as, do you think that, let me see, we got a comment here that says, hey, Mike, what is it? Cristino L. Young. Oh, let me throw it up on here. Let me see. I don't know. It says, hey, Mike, happy to see you. Great with Alex Mayer, Ty Lopez, business partner. Yeah, that's exactly.
Hey, Cristiano. Hey, guys.
And then who else threw one? Johnny said, good fellas. Let me ask you this question as far as, I guess, being an employee, do you think that anybody can be an entrepreneur, or do you think that you pretty much have to be born to be an entrepreneur?
I don't believe it's like you have to be born as an entrepreneur. But I tell you this, entrepreneurship is not necessarily right for everyone, and I don't say it actually in a condescending way. There's sometimes this notion that entrepreneurship is like this, holy like path in life that just, this is the right way to live your life. And I totally disagree with it. Entrepreneurs, yes, they contribute to the world a lot. They positively, entrepreneurship in general is a positive force for good in the world. Sometimes it goes the other way, but mostly it is positive. So net positive. However, it's not the only way to make the world a better place. Like that ER physician, the nurse, that works at a hospice, all the teacher, elementary school teachers, they all have great jobs and they're all making the world a better place. So it's not the only way. It's not somehow better than other ways of living your life. I'm not very religious or dogmatic about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is just one career path, if you will, like many other possible life choices. It's a good one. It is rewarding, but it also can be really daunting. In fact, I tell you, a lot of people, especially people that are high anxiety, they shouldn't be entrepreneurs. It takes a massive toll on your life. And frankly, there are a lot of careers that are more rewarding than entrepreneurship in many different ways. I mean, I told you about my career as a scientist at NASA. Sometimes I look back, yes, I was not making a lot of money, but I was super happy. And I was in, my early to mid 20s, and it was a great life. So, and I was pursuing what I was passionate about. And if you actually tell me go back to those days and just you have to stay there, I would be and never become an entrepreneur. I would be sad a little bit, but it's fine. I would do just fine as a career academic or scientist. I would have done just fine. I would have been a happy person. So it's not like entrepreneurship to me. It's not like a religious dogmatic thing that you have to become entrepreneur. No, I'm not like that at all. So does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So I guess in your process of, starting, actually even when you were younger, what exactly was, I guess, your crucial process growing up, where something just, automatically clicked? Because obviously you have a lot of work ethic. I mean, I don't know if you were born with work ethic, ethnic, or, you just pretty much developed it over time. But I mean, at what point in your life did things just pretty much just click and you say, well, I'm going no matter what I do, whether it's I'm an employee, whether I'm an entrepreneur, at what point, in your life did something just click and you said, was it a book you read, a video you watched, or what? What exactly was it where it's just something just clicked and you said, I'm going for it with all my heart, all my might?
Yeah, I tell you this, Mike. I know that a lot of people want to believe in aha moments and sudden points of massive shifts in their life trajectory, which sometimes happens, mostly with traumatic events, but sometimes it happens. But most of the time, shifts come gradual. So it's not like you wake up one day and you decide to change something in yourself and all of a sudden you're a different person. You need to work at it, day in, day out until you become that person, right? So from just the, pure perspective, like from the pure like energy level or, hardworking and all that, I've always been a hardworking person. So it was never like, since I was a kid, I always studied hard, worked hard. Like that's all I know. Okay. So that part never changed in my life, but transitions happen, like going from, someone in academics, somebody who was basically, I was on a salary when I worked at NASA, shifting from knowing that I have a paycheck every 2 weeks to knowing that I will definitely not have a paycheck next week. That is not like a mental switch that went in my brain. I'm like, now I'm an entrepreneur and I kill what I eat. It's a little bit of every day you kind of come to terms with it and you push yourself to that new unknown territory a little bit more. And that's kind of like my method to everything that I do. I don't know, you probably have met me. I started working out, lifting weights seriously about like a year and a half ago. And it wasn't like I was like, one day I woke up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to lift weight now 4 times, 5 times a week. It was like it was very painful, but every day you push yourself and you push yourself. And after a while, that thing becomes part of you. I'm a big believer in that gradual change versus, I had this aha moment and I became a different person. It barely ever, almost never happens.
Yeah, that's interesting because I heard a lot of other people talk about like if you're trying to, there's a lot of people that don't like reading books or they don't like working out, don't like exercising, and then they try to implement all these things at one time.
Exactly.
And then
Bam. Yeah.
So obviously they'll end up not doing any of them because they'll just pretty much collapse. So that's interesting that you said it's just like a gradual process. So I guess I did see you. I guess when I first met you, you were kind of smaller, but then over the few years, it's like you started getting bigger and bigger, started swelling up. So yeah. So I guess that I don't know. Do you take protein supplements? Or I mean, what is your workout routine?
It's weightlifting, basically 4 to 5 times a week, and a ton of protein and supplements. I mean, I'm experimenting with a lot of different things to see what works and what doesn't. But the key here is again the same thing. I did not change overnight. I did not say, here's a heavy workout schedule. And me as a person who never consistently worked out, to like all of a sudden I'm going to implement Arnold's workout regimen and be like, it just doesn't happen. I can't do that. So I'm like, okay, so let me lift some weight, see how it feels. All right, not bad. It's like painful, but let me do it one more time. And then after like a month or 2 or 3, it becomes part of who you are. And then you can't remember how you were before that, right? So it's kind of like that. And I think in everything, like you mentioned people who don't read, I'm like, okay, so I'm not saying read the whole book. Like try to read 1 page before you go to sleep, then try to read, then after a while you build the habit, and then all of a sudden it becomes part of you, who you are, and you automatically kind of like get sucked in eventually. But initially, if you go like, which is why I'm also against New Year resolutions. People are like eating like crap November and December. I'm like, January 1, I'm going to be on 100% keto diet for the rest of my life. So in December, I'm going to pig out. And on January 1, I'm going to cut all the carbs for the rest of my life. And I'm like, see you on the other side. It never happens. So
yeah, Gary Vee talks a little bit about that. It's like, why are you going to wait till, 1 day out of the year, 1 day beginning of the year, 1 day into the year? It's like, just start today.
Yeah.
Don't wait till tomorrow. Just go ahead and start today. So that's an interesting fact. So I guess a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of people know or not, how did you meet Ty Lopez? How do you just, come about and say, let me be Ty Lopez's business partner? Did he approach you or did you approach him? Or actually, that's a good question too. You can answer that, then answer this question. I know I'm giving you 2 questions at once, but what is a good, philosophy or idea in picking a business partner?
Yeah. So Ty is me. The story of me meeting Ty is very interesting. I mean, I've been a book nerd all my life. I've been reading books since I was a kid. I grew up in a small town north of Iran, had little access, basically no access to international TV other than local TV channel, no internet. This is pre-internet. So my window to the world was through books. So I've been a book reader since I was a kid. And because of that, I kept that habit. So I read a lot. I've read a lot of books. And I remember it was 11 years ago or so, or 10 years ago. I had just started Zeus, and I went to an online industry conference. It's basically a conference where online dating business owners go and they talk, and there are panels and all that. So I was sitting on a panel, and it was like 5 or 6 of us and a moderator, and I was sitting on all the way to the corner. My company was like the only online dating app at the time. It was kind of the hot thing, and it was growing and all that. So, and then I was looking to my left, and people were answering questions. They were all boring people, except for this guy wearing glasses, and he was quoting books, and he was saying all sorts of interesting stuff. And this is before Ty was on social media at all. This is like, 10 years ago. He was not on social media. He had a small online dating business at the time. And I was like, who is this guy? He's quoting books that I'd read, and I'd never met another person who had read those books. So afterwards, we met up in the reception of the conference. It was me, Ty, and his cousin Maya. And right away, we started talking about books. I'm like, oh my God, I've walked the face of the planet, and I've never seen someone who's read as many books as you in my entire life. And I'm surrounded by smart people. Remember, I worked at NASA. I had a ton of PhDs. Like, my office was like PhDs and postdocs, like walking on the walls, basically. They were all over the place. So I was like, and I'm like, I've never seen someone as well read as Ty. And right away we became friends. I I had my own business. He had his own business. So for years, Ty and I would drive to LA from San Francisco. It was a break for me, and I would brainstorm with Ty. I found him very smart, intelligent person. You guys may not notice, although you kind of can guess. He's an amazing brainstorming partner. Like if you want to brainstorm with somebody, I cannot think of one person I would brainstorm. I mean, maybe on particular subjects if somebody's a subject matter expert. But if on a general topic, if I have to pick one partner to brainstorm with, it is Ty. So that's how we remained friends for many years. And then about 3 years ago, when I stepped down from Zeus, I had free time. I said, let's start something together, and we became business partners. But that's kind of the story. I forgot the second question. Oh, the second question was about how to pick business partners.
Yeah.
In general, I say try not to pick business partners. Like if you can do it alone, do it alone. Unless you have exactly the right person. And you have the right person only when you know them really well. You have seen them in their best and in their worst. And let me explain why. Anybody can pretend to be a good person for a week, for a day, for a month. Nobody can pretend to be a good person for years. Does that make sense? So all the shit that is inside people and they're hiding from you comes out if you hang out with them long enough and especially under stressful circumstances. So really try not to be business partners with people you have not known for a long time. And also always ask yourself this question: what does this person specifically add to this partnership? And what do I bring to the partnership? So it's reciprocal. And, and if it makes sense, then okay, then go for it. But other than that, try to avoid, because it's more than, a lot of businesses fall apart because I see companies that fall apart because co-founders kind of don't agree, and then some of them leave, and then the cap table is kind of upside down because a lot of partners are not active on the business, and the business literally files for bankruptcy. So it happens all the time. Be very mindful of that.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I've pretty much seen the same thing as well, as far as people, coming together, getting ties, and they really don't know each other, too much. So then, all of a sudden the business just kind of, falls apart, deteriorates. And let me ask you this question here. It says, actually, what is why do you think a lot of people fail at businesses? I mean, a lot of people get into entrepreneurship. Obviously, you and Ty are very successful. But you pretty much just mentioned at the beginning of the interview how you started, doing all these apps. Then you found one, the dating app, which actually was, obviously was pretty successful because you just sold it for $255 million. But
that's net of cash. That is net of cash. We got another $40 million off of balance sheet, so it's $300 million.
All right.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, I looked it up, I guess, before I hopped on the interview, and then on Google, it actually said 255.
Yeah, that's net of cash. That's what they pay. So when you sell a business, if it has a big cash reserve, so you sell the business, but don't sell the cash. So you distribute the cash to shareholders and then sell the business. Does that make sense? It's actually a good entrepreneurship tip. I've actually saw this situation where the company had $7 million cash, and it had a business, and they sold the company for $7 million. They not knowing that they had to separate the cash and sell the business. So the guy who bought it, they got all the money back. Right? I kid you not. This actually happened in real life. They got all the money back right away at a free company. So
yeah, I guess they really didn't have good lawyers, or somebody really didn't know what.
It was an interesting story.
Yeah, but so why do you think a lot of people fail at businesses?
I think part of it is kind of natural in business. Failure is kind of it happens. It just, to me, it's not a real failure unless the magnitude of the damage is high. Meaning, if you raise a lot of money or invest a lot of your own personal money or spend years in it and it literally goes nowhere, then yes, you have failed. But if you try something really quickly and cheaply and it doesn't work out, it's part of the testing process. It's like you're in a lab and you try something and it doesn't work, it's kind of expected. So to me, it is kind of a natural part of business to fail small. So fail small is fine. Do it as frequently as you can, but then try not to fail big, basically. Big failures is what ultimately cripples you.
Well, I mean, how do you compare, small failures and big failures? I mean, what is a big failure? What is a, small failure?
So, I mean, that's obviously like something that is different from person to person. What you and I define as small is different than what Warren Buffett defines as small, right? So he can lose $10 million and not even notice. It's like so small. But the way I think about it is like basically something that you lose sleep over. So if it is an amount that is both time and an amount, time maybe like 2 months on a project and not working on it. Ty and I are working on a project trying to buy a company right now, and it's taken about a month, maybe 6 weeks of my time. And we will know by next week if we will be able to lock it in or not. But if you're not, that's fine. It's just, it was a month of my time, but I also did other stuff during that time. And also I learned a lot of new things. It was a brand new thing. So I don't consider that a failure at all. And maybe $30,000-$40,000 of legal fee to structure it and like put the bid together. I don't consider that as a failure. That is an experiment that didn't particularly work out. Does that make sense? A failure would be if I spent $2 million on something and 6 months of my life and nothing comes out. Then I'll be like, what the fuck? Why didn't I? Then I would be mad at myself. So that's kind of how I think about it.
All right. Yeah. If you guys have any questions for Alex, go ahead and throw them on the screen. Here's one that says, "Hey, Alex, I have a website from Squarespace. It's been a year already, and I haven't made a dime from it. Do you have any advice on how I can monetize it or make money from it?"
So, Cristiano, here's a problem. I don't know much about your website, but at a very high level, the questions I would ask myself is like, just because I have a website doesn't mean it will make money. It has to have traffic, meaning people have to go to it. Do you have visitors? If not, how can you get visitors? If you do, why aren't they buying? So that's like the kind of like the high level process. Like, are people going to your website? How do you expect them to find out about your website? I mean, just because you have a website out there there are like billions of websites. How would people even know you exist? So first, solve that problem. If that problem is solved, people are going to your website and then they're not purchasing or you're not monetizing in however way you're planning to monetize, then you have to ask yourself the question of, okay, so why is it not working? So the first one, think about it this way. Every business has 3 steps. Step 1, lead generation. Step 2, lead capture. Step 3, lifetime value optimization. You need to have all 3. Step 1 is to getting people's eyes and minds on your product or brand, okay? So without me and Mike hearing about your business, there's no way you make any money. So we need to know about your business first before we can actually spend anything on you. So that's lead capture, lead generation. Lead capture is that now that we know about your business, we have gone to your website, we have checked out your product and service, do we buy or we don't? That's a conversion problem. Do you convert or not once you have a lead, okay? Step 3, I buy something from you. Are you able to continuously keep me as a customer and have me purchase new products over and over again, like Amazon does or Apple does? So you have to have all 3 in place. If you want to have any chance of building a big business, all 3 of them have to be in place. So that's high level.
So since he went off on this tangent on this discussion, so exactly, a lot of people are talking about funnels now, which obviously I've been, spent some time with you and Ty. So you guys talk extensively on websites and funnels. So if I was a new person coming in or a new business owner that actually wanted to put my business online, and somebody told me, well, you need to run a funnel, and then somebody else told me to run a website. What is your recommendation? What is your opinion? What do you think? What would you tell that business owner?
Yeah, so funnels on websites are So let me define. First of all, I don't think that is the biggest problem that an entrepreneur has to address. But then let me try to distinguish. These are two terms that are used sometimes interchangeably, and sometimes people are very religious about what is a website and what is a funnel. I'm going to give you a simple way of thinking about it. Website is when you have multiple products or services. You land on a page. You can go in different dimensions and buy different things. Like if you type in Amazon.com, you are presented with a multitude of options. You can pick anything, go into different categories, pick different things. That's a website. Okay. A funnel is basically a linear selling experience, meaning you are sold exactly on one thing. Now, you might be sold something else after you're sold the first one, but the whole purpose of a funnel is to put you in a funnel. So you're going straight. You're not being given options and like categories and all that. You're just being sold one thing, and it's just a serial buying experience, right? Does that make sense? So that's how I define it. Now, which one is needed for business depends on what business it is. So if you have a specific product and you're running advertisement to that specific product to sell that product, then you need a funnel. If you're Amazon.com, all right, or Apple, and you get a ton of people coming to your brand, and then depending on their needs, you need to sell them different products depending on their different needs, then you need a website. And most of the time you need both. Not all the time, most of the time you need both. One of them is specific, laser focused selling experience around a particular product or service. And the second one is a general pick your own product or service that fits your need kind of experience. So most of the time you need both. One of them is better for cold traffic, for advertisement, basically. The other one is better when the brand has gravitational pull and customers are coming to it.
All right. So how big are you an advocate of mindset? So do you believe in meditation, reading books, watching videos, trainings? What exactly does a person need to do to get their mind set? Or, I mean, is that even important in life in general, not even just entrepreneurship, but in life in general? What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think it is a person-dependent thing. So yes, it's very important for people to read books or learn from books. I mean, you don't have to necessarily read. Some people are not good readers. In fact, I did a research on this. A small percentage of people learn through reading, which is why mentor box, right? Or audiobook or whatever other ways of learning from the book. The concept is not reading. The concept of continuous input of information into your brain, the new sources of inspiration. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, you ask about meditation. I don't meditate. I tried meditation one time. I kind of get the idea. I think it is, and again, I might be a little bit ignorant on this because this is not an area where I claim to know much about, but here's my own thesis on it. I think people that are high anxiety, like they have a lot of thoughts in their brains going in different directions, probably meditation is very useful for them because you cannot see clearly if you have this commotion of chatter inside your head. I am naturally low anxiety. I didn't even know it. I measured it using his test that told me, Alex, you're very low on anxiety. And I kind of, okay. So as in general, I'm low anxiety. So I kind of inside my head, it's like, I don't have that chatter. I have seen people that struggle with it. That's why I kind of understand the intention of meditation. It probably helps with it. I personally don't feel I need it. There are, however, meditation techniques that I did the Headspace app for a while, and it was actually kind of like some stuff from it was useful in the sense that when, something like traumatic, like negative happens, which happens to all of us, I normally get bent out of shape, but then I come back to normal really quickly. So that's my strength is recovery. I'm the recovery man. I recover quickly. But then I learned through like what I learned in meditation is like, okay, I can actually completely visualize myself letting go of the negative thought. And that mental image that I kind of learned through that little bit of meditation that I did helps me recover faster. So instead of recovering, in 1 hour, I now recover in 5 minutes. So I think that was useful. And that's one of the things I do. But no, I'm not I don't meditate, basically.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. So as far as if you actually, I asked another lady this. I think I asked Anthony this too, Anthony Morrison. But if you were able to start over, if you had to start over in your business or your life, what one thing would you do right now? Or, if you had to start over, what one thing would you do that you did not do in the past, or even something that you did in the past? What would you do right now if you had to start over? If you were starting a brand new business from scratch, what would the business be, and how would you, like you were saying, get traffic? How would you get the word out about your business?
So are you saying I have basically basically nothing right now, no money, no nothing, and I'm starting from scratch?
Yeah.
I would start with a service business. Like I started with a product business, and it was not easy. Now I got lucky, I made it, but start with a service business. It helps a lot better. I can probably build a consulting business. Like if I have my knowledge but nothing else, I can probably build a consulting business and make a decent living without a problem. And I think it's the first step for a lot of entrepreneurs anyways.
All right. And then let me go ahead and end it up. I don't know if you guys have any more questions for Alex. Go ahead and put them in the chat box. Either we'll answer them now or come back later and answer them. But if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
That's a great question. See the future.
See the future. Why? What would you do?
You can live a mistake-free life.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's like imagine like if you could, all the decisions that we make every day that end up being bad decisions. If you could see the future, you would be 100% the right decision maker. Oh, just imagine. Like I would see the future.
That's good. That's a good one. But yeah, you guys, actually, you can check Alex out on his fan page, or either, obviously, they have a ton of products. I mean, him and Ty, they're always doing products, always making stuff. So you guys, you launched the beef jerky brand? Have you launched? Yeah. And then obviously they got Mentor Box, him and Ty together. And he just sold his other company, Zeus. But obviously, they got a ton of courses. So if you need to go anywhere, as far as doing anything online or even just books in general, Mentor Box, I mean, like he was saying, some people you may not like to read. Mentor Box is perfect for people who don't like to read because they actually they have the authors right there who tell you about the book. So you don't even have to read the book. Just give you a summary and a synopsis. And that's the best way you can hear it, from the author themselves. And he has a ton of other products. Just go to tylopez.com and you'll see him and Alex on there, or even Alex's website. I don't know if you want to put your website in here. You can send
Instagram at Dr. Alex, Doctor spelled out.
All right. Thanks so much, Alex, for joining me. And like I said, if you guys have any questions, check him out on any one of those various sources, or come back here, put a comment in. I'll try to get to him, get it to a team or anything like that. So thanks, Alex, for hopping on. I know you got a busy schedule. Thanks for taking time out. And
thanks for having me, Mike, and I'll see you in our future events.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
How is everybody doing? I am actually excited, ecstatic, and everything because actually I have somebody here that I have been following for a while. I put on the post that I was going to interview Anthony Morrison. I don't know how much of an introduction I need to give, but just for if anybody does not know who he is, I will give an introduction. But let me first talk about my wife, what she put on the post. She was like, about time. She was like, she said, I'm so happy for this interview. She said, it's about time because Anthony Morrison has been a household name in our household for the past 2 years. So this is, pretty much this is, I'm excited. I know he's excited, but just a little bit of background about him. I mean, I've been following him for probably about 2.5 years now. And I was pretty much introduced to him through Ty Lopez. He was actually, kind of it filtered down. Actually, that was somewhat of a funnel that Ty had. So I started with Ty Lopez in actually not really social media marketing, but just things online, kind of, changing the mindset because Ty Lopez talks a lot about that. And then I guess Anthony's brother was actually on Ty's podcast, and actually Adrian Morrison. So I actually ended up, that was actually the first online product that I bought, that I purchased online, was actually ESA, e-commerce society. And that's how I got started on my online career. But then Adrian had Anthony on his show. So, on his podcast and webinar and all that stuff. So I actually ended up following, Anthony because of that, because I loved his the way he presented everything, and I love the fact of how he actually told, pretty much how to use affiliate marketing and everything like that. But just in case you do not know him, he is an 8-figure Karma Award winner with ClickFunnels, or purchaser, or pretty much just everything like that. He knows what he's doing with funnels. That's actually how I got into ClickFunnels, was because of him. I still think that he's actually getting affiliate payments off of me for like 2 years now. So yeah, and he is also a friend of Ty Lopez, which I just said. He actually turned Ty Lopez down. That's kind of how we got this interview, because I actually met him at a Ty Lopez mastermind. He turned Ty down for, I think he said, I don't know, maybe 2 years or so. But anybody that has the balls to tell Ty Lopez no, that he is somebody special. So yes.
Look, I love Ty, but doing his mastermind, we're in Mississippi, he's in California, so they had asked us for a couple of years, and it didn't work out. But I met you in Miami at his event, or we were in Miami at his event, and was happy to do it. He's a good guy, and it was a great event.
But yeah, we can just go ahead and open up because your story is so compelling. I mean, how did you just get into online marketing?
Yeah, look, I did this. I started this quite a while ago. I mean, it was kind of like people are seeing Instagram influencers right now. That's all the new buzz, right? It's the influencers and what Instagram name can I buy and all that. I mean, that was kind of the way all internet marketing was not too terribly long ago, right? I mean, that was, for me, it was maybe, 10 years. And I just knew that internet marketing I knew that the internet was a gateway to people. And I knew that that's how businesses operate. They have a product, they want to get it to people, and they need that gateway to get it there, whether it's a brick and mortar store, the little kiosks that used to be in the malls, or the internet. And the internet was so great because it wasn't just a me to my local area type thing. It was a me to anybody in the world. And so that's what really drew me to it. And, as you said, most people probably by now have watched some way, shape, or form, either read one of my books or watched an interview I've done, and know that my dad lost his life savings in the stock market. And so when I wanted to build a business, there were a couple of things that I wanted, and they were almost necessities to me. I wanted to be able to make a lot of money, right? Because I was trying to take care of a whole family of 5 people. So I needed that option to be there, but I also needed time. I needed to be able to do it on my own time and not on somebody else's time or on somebody else's clock, because I was still in school. And I think that's what really drew me to the internet, was the ability to make as much money as I wanted and do it when I wanted, instead of doing it when somebody else told me I had to. And I think that's probably the number one reason why I chose to look at the internet and say, hey, let's build a business there.
That's a good point. I heard his story, and he was giving it actually at Ty at the mastermind at Ty's, and it was like, yeah, just to you always hear it online, you read it in books and everything, but just when it came straight from his mouth, because pretty much I've had access to him online, and then all of a sudden just to see him at a mastermind and everything like that, it was pretty engaging. And it looks like we had some people join us. If you guys have any questions for Anthony, just go ahead and type them in the box, and we'll see if we can get them answered. So yeah, obviously Anthony's bringing a lot of engagement. This is like one of my biggest lives. So we thank you for that. Thank you for joining us. And I have a few questions for you. I know that, as far as, everybody knows that you're successful, and, you're doing a lot of things. You have a lot of products. And I mean, people look at you and they're like, man, I want to be like him. Everybody's striving to be like him. I mean, you're teaching at Ty Lopez Mastermind. You're on stage with Russell Brunson. I'm pretty sure you can just text Russell Brunson whenever you want to. But I mean, when you get to, pretty much a successful status like that, I mean, what continuously drives you? I mean, mean, what gets you up? And how do you stay motivated?
I think all of those things, all those things are great. But for me, it's never been, I didn't even know who Ty was until he had 7 million followers or some nonsense, and I've known Russell since before ClickFunnels was even an idea. So, I mean, for me, I think the biggest thing that drives me is the fact that I love what I do. So it's not really money. You get to a point in life where money isn't what you wake up, it might sound bad to say this, but money is not what you wake up needing most out of the day. You see that with a lot of people let's just take normal lifestyle. You're 65 years old, you retire. Why do you retire? It's not that you couldn't keep working. It's that all of a sudden money isn't what really motivates you. You didn't really love your job. Maybe you found a love for being a bank teller, or you found the happiness in working in a warehouse, or whatever the case may be. But that wasn't really what you enjoyed in your off time, right? Let me explain. There are a lot of people that I know that have regular 9-to-5 jobs, and they'll say, man, I love my job. Man, I just love my job. I love doing X, Y, or Z. And then at 7 o'clock at night, I'll call them up and be like, yo, what are you doing? Oh, I'm golfing. Or I'm maybe not at 7 at night. Maybe I'm watching a movie. Or I'll call them on Saturday. Hey man, what are you doing? I'm golfing, or I'm playing tennis, or I'm bike riding, or I'm riding my motorcycle, or I'm all these things. People have hobbies, right? And that's what their true passion is. That's what they truly love. And if they could wake up every morning and they could play golf, they would be happier individuals. They'd be happier people. So what drives them to go to work every day is the ability that the security and the money that job gives them allows them to live the lifestyle that they want to live. And the lifestyle they want to live is playing golf and riding around, doing all these things, right? All these hobbies. For me, my work really is my hobby. So at 7 o'clock tonight, I'll be working. And at 3 o'clock on Sunday, I'll be working. And at 2 o'clock on Saturday, I'll be working. So what drives me is that I actually really love what I do. I don't do it for the money. I do it for the lifestyle. This is what I enjoy doing. I love building. I love creating. I love the challenge of it. As we've talked about, I know you're in my Partner with Anthony program. I mean, I've spent countless bazillions hours on that program, trying to take everything I've learned from teaching and funnel it to people in a way that's effective and actually works. And so when I see people getting results, and when I see people making money, and when I see people doing well, on Sunday, what I want to be doing is filming more videos to teach more, to push more, to educate more. And that's really what drives me. So I think that when you do something you really love doing, you don't really need a motivational factor, because you're already doing what you love to do. And I keep telling people that, and I think that some people think that, especially internet marketers, we do this stuff just for money. And certainly there was a time where I did that, but there's a time where you get to the point, like I said, what we kind of all see as the typical, which is we're 65, it's time to retire and live life. I could have done that at 28 and been just fine. But I'm still working, 8 years later, and I'll trying to perfect my craft. I'm good at speaking. I'm good at, writing books. I'm good at internet marketing. But what I really want to be great at is taking the information I have, the knowledge I have, and relaying it to people in a way that actually gets them results, not just, putting them on a hamster wheel and keeping them excited, but really getting people results. And that's something that, motivates me every day.
That's good. That's good. And just to vouch for Anthony, I know that you really have to do what you love, because just a few years ago, maybe it was even last year, where his father was actually, he kind of, passed away and everything like that. But I mean, the thing is, it was kind of a slow process. But Anthony actually continued. I mean, this is the fact of how much he's really dedicated to his students. I mean, he has a show or a webinar on every Thursday night, and he's been doing that for how long now? How many years?
We're April is either the 4th or the 5th year of it.
All right.
April 1st.
Yeah, so for 4 years, he really hasn't missed a Thursday night. I think it's at 9 o'clock Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
So he has not missed, pretty much, any of those. I mean, I think there was a couple of times where he missed it, where he actually, I think it was other family members that were having issues and everything like that. But I mean, the dedication that he has, I mean, consistency and just being dedicated. I mean, you can see why he's successful. Just the fact of, as I was going to say, about the story and stuff, he was pretty much every Thursday you could count on him to be there. Even the fact that his dad was, pretty much just passing away. I mean, he would actually post stories and everything like that, on Instagram, and just saying, even his brother, was posting stories. So, I mean, obviously it was a hard time, but just the fact that he was still there, willing to, he wants his students to succeed and excel. He wants you guys to make money online. And I know there's a lot of scam artists and everything out there. And and then Gail actually says that you come on holidays as well. Yeah, you don't miss any holidays. So I mean, Thanksgiving.
I pick Thursday, man. I pick Thursday. It's Thanksgiving. It's always Christmas Eve. It's always New Year's Eve. It's always Thursday night football. It's always the election debates. Like, everything is on a Thursday night, And when I picked Thursday nights, I wasn't thinking about that. And so I just, you talk about it being dedicated, and that's really like the biggest piece of advice that I give people that want to build a business, they want to make money, they want to do their own thing, they want to be successful, is you literally have to just dedicate and commit to what you want to do. And there were plenty of times where I was showing up to my Success Connection webinar and there were 85 people on there. And, to most people, that might be a whole lot of people, but that's not a whole lot of people. I just most of the time don't even do a webinar if there's 85 people on it. I just get off. I mean, there's just not enough people. You have to have enough people to create energy. And now there's 1,000 people on every single week. It maxes out every week. But it's because of consistency. It's because when you demonstrate your commitment to what you're doing, you create consistency in yourself, but you also create consistency in your followers. So if everybody knows on Thursday night I'm going to be there and they don't have to question it, then I eliminate the need for an email to get delivered or a text message to get delivered and all these things to get people on my webinars. I've eliminated that real need. Now I still send them, but I don't even need them because 1,000 people are going to know that I'm going to be there. If you start creating doubt with people like, oh man, this week I wasn't feeling good, my throat hurts, so we're going to skip, or oh gosh, this happened in my life, so we're not going to be there. You are not creating that consistency and that habit with people. And that's what it really takes to build a following is people will commit to following you and it becomes a habit. I mean, it really does. And I'll tell you, it's funny. I was just telling my wife this the other day. We don't have a whole lot to do in Mississippi. So at night, pretty much every night we sit in the living room, we watch TV, and I'll work on my laptop. Of course, I'm working on my laptop most of the time. I'm answering support tickets, which is crazy, I know, but it is true. And we're watching TV, and so some of my favorite shows, SEAL Team. I could go down a list of them, but we'll just take SEAL Team. The inconsistency with which television comes on creates a big gap in the market. So for instance, SEAL Team will come on every Wednesday night. Okay, I think it's actually Thursday. So it's every Thursday night, right? Every Thursday night. So I turn my TV on. I don't have to get reminded. Nobody has to tell me SEAL Team's going to be on Thursday night. But when I hit Thursday night and SEAL Team's not there, I'm like, yo, what the heck? Like, what's going on? Why is SEAL Team not? I start Googling it. And their schedule is all erratic. They take like 3 weeks off, and then they'll pop up for 2 weeks, and then there's 6 months off. We went through a list. I can't tell you how many shows I was so into, loved them, and quit watching them altogether because they stop for the summer or they stop for the winter. The different seasons when they change. Change seasons. That inconsistency, unless you just absolutely love it and you get sucked back in by the marketing 6 months later, you forget about it and you're on to something else. If something is on every single day, like your local news, right? CNN or Fox News or whatever news you watch, you find yourself going back to that all the time because you can count on it and it's there. So when you're trying to create a following, if you create that consistent, habitual opportunity for somebody to find you and know you're there, you're going to create a bigger following a lot faster. And that's the reason why I did the Success Connection the way I've done. And now we just, we don't miss, and it works out really well.
Yeah, consistency is king. And I know actually one of the members that's on here now, and it's Abby Hujo. And,
oh, yeah.
Yeah. So actually, she says it's Wednesday, and she says it's a good show. So
I couldn't even remember Abby, and it's because they cut it off, and then they brought it back, and then they showed me one episode, and then they went away again, and I'm just mad at Zil Team now. So it makes me angry. But that's the thing is it's a consistency is I think one of the biggest thing that I've taken from the last, let's say, 5 years of my business is being consistent in what I do. And that's created a lot more success. Our business has grown a lot just from consistency.
All right. And my wife says you're very consistent. She says you rock, man. And Albert is asking like a ton of questions. It says, Anthony, in your opinion, as far as traffic, Facebook, Instagram, it says, when and where do you think the next gold rush of traffic will be? What is your opinion on TikTok?
I don't even know what TikTok is. I mean, look, I'm late to the game when it comes to all this stuff. I'll tell you this. Instagram can provide a lot of traffic. I've been testing a lot of it, and it does not seem to be as high quality traffic by any means, but there's a lot of it. There's a ton of it, right? Especially with these influencers, which I think makes a big difference. So I think Instagram is a place to check out. I'll tell you where the gold mine is. The gold mine is on YouTube. Wow. Mine. I resisted YouTube for a long time because I don't understand Google marketing. I've just never done it. Well, I haven't done it since I first started my first business online. But we started up YouTube ads for our ambassador program 2 weeks ago. And we're running like a 4-to-1 ratio. So we spend $100. We spend $1,000. We make back $4,000. When you compare that to my Facebook ads, which are roughly a break even to a -10 +10 all the time. So if I spend $100,000 on Facebook ads, I'm going to make somewhere between $90,000 and $110,000 back. I'm really doing it to get leads and to create monetization throughout the rest of the funnel. With YouTube, some of the highest conversion rates they are the highest conversion rates I've ever seen from cold traffic. So I would say if I'm looking at it, I'm looking at YouTube because, and I knew this all along, I just didn't really want to deal with it. And I had so many other things going on. I could afford to not deal with it, but YouTube is like television. It's like the old television. That's where the eyeballs are. And so just like people would spend $1 billion on commercial ads there, and direct response ads and infomercials, me especially, we used to spend $500,000 a week on television. And I mean, now all those eyeballs are sitting on YouTube. And here's the great thing about YouTube, and this is something that a lot of people don't know. When you run in-stream ads, meaning the ads that you see when you're clicking on your favorite video to watch it and it shows an ad, and you can skip it after 10 seconds or whatever. Someone has to watch 30 seconds of your ad before you get billed for it.
Wow.
So on television, they sell 30-second spots. Like it's a 30-second commercial spot. You pay for the whole 30 seconds. On YouTube, you don't pay for it at all until they hit 31 seconds. The methodology behind creating a working ad on YouTube is different because your whole idea is to get someone to take an action before the 30 seconds is up, right? Because if they sit on the ad, then obviously you pay. But yeah, the return on investment and the opportunity on YouTube is insane. And I would say get as much information on YouTube advertising as you can and just play with it, test it, test just some of the basics and see what you can do with it, because that's I think the next phase for us. Well, I know that's the next phase for us. But I think it's one of the most profitable things that we'll probably ever do.
And just so you guys know, partner with Anthony. I'll put actually my link in the comment box. But actually, you can. Obviously, Anthony teaches a little bit, as far as traffic and everything like that in the actual program itself, which is only a minimum amount to pay every month. I mean, it's less than $10, and you can pretty much just get pretty much anything you want. He teaches you how to build funnels, teaches you how to pretty much, click funnels. He teaches you how to hook everything up. I mean, it's a step-by-step, process by process. It is absolutely the basic. And Abby says YouTube is awesome just from ranking videos too. So yeah, and actually even in the program itself, Anthony has, I guess, I hadn't really seen this done before, where actually if he pretty much wants you to succeed. So he's getting, pretty much getting you out of your comfort zone. And once you get out of your comfort zone, which pretty much that's how I got started with my interviews and everything like that, is just out of my comfort zone. I'm naturally an introvert, but because, I've actually opened up and I'm stepping out of my comfort zone, which a good book to read, I told you guys, is all on my feed, is Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. And he was just a Navy SEAL, but his story and all that stuff, where it just pretty much talks about how he was constantly out of his comfort zone. And because he did that, because he went through pain and everything like that, it actually opened up doors that probably never would have been open before. So Anthony has a way set up in the Partner with Anthony where you can actually get views and clicks and links on your YouTube videos, which obviously YouTube promotes. Well, anybody promotes, if you get engagement on anything, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, whatever, if you're getting engagement, then they're going to promote it organically. So Anthony has a particular way that, where people can actually comment and everything on your videos. And you get you likes and engagement. So check out Partner with Anthony. And I know there is a few more questions, but I actually want to ask you, I guess this is going to kind of be like, I guess, a play on a word, like which one would you choose? So it's going to be a choice between two different things, which we kind of already went over this. Albert kind of stole my thunder, kind of looking at my notes and stuff. We tend to think alike anyway. Actually, he was at the Ty Lopez Mastermind too as well. I don't know if you remember him or not, but he's shy than I am. So I think he was kind of scared to walk up to you and talk and stuff like that. So but he's asking questions now. And Albert, you should have asked him the questions when you were actually there in Miami. But anyway, I guess just choose between these two words and then just tell me, why, which one you would choose and why, or choose the word and then tell me why you would choose that one. So Shopify or affiliate marketing?
Affiliate marketing, because I hate dealing with products.
Let's see. Google ads or solo ads?
Depending on what you're promoting. I would say solo ads if you're trying to generate leads, right? Just lots of leads. Google ads if you want to generate high quality sales. And if you're somewhere in the middle, like a Partner with Anthony, where you want to generate leads, but you want to generate sales, but it's a low ticket product, $7, they both work equally as well. And you may find that solo ads work better because Google ads are a little more expensive. So it's hard to just pick one of those because it's kind of condition based. If you're selling a product that costs a good bit of money, then Google ads for sure. If you're just trying to generate cheap leads, solo ads for sure. If it's somewhere in the middle, they both work.
All right. So email sequences or chatbot sequences?
I'm still a big believer in email sequences. I mean, chatbots are great. I have no problem with chatbots, except for the fact that even mine now, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but when we send you a message, it goes to a little folder that says business messages now on Facebook. So now when a business page messages you, it doesn't just show up in your messages, it's in another little folder. And as they start to mess with that, it makes it harder to get that delivery. So I still think email is king.
All right. So webinars or Facebook Lives?
Webinars. Facebook Lives are great for just creating some form of engagement. Webinars are great for creating that true live. I know it's kind of intuitive because it says Facebook Live, but everything on Facebook is moving around and posts are live and stuff. The webinars feel like a live event, right? Many split tests, many. You're going to sell more if you're doing a sale. You're going to sell more on a webinar than on Facebook Live.
All right. So actually, this is threefold: Aweber, GetResponse, or ActiveCampaign.
ActiveCampaign's the best. Hands down, that's the most powerful autoresponder that you're going to get out of those three. But again, it's kind of conditional based. We teach people GetResponse. The reason we teach GetResponse, it's way less expensive. It's far easier to use, and they have way more beginner-oriented features, right? So ActiveCampaign is super advanced. For somebody doing what I do, ActiveCampaign. For somebody starting off, I would say GetResponse. Aweber is also good, but GetResponse tends to have more of the technology built out at least a lot faster than Aweber. So if you're getting started, GetResponse. If you're kind of deep in the woods, 9 years in, maybe ActiveCampaign.
Oh, of course, thanks, Anthony. Of course, my wife would say that she would get the most expensive one. She says, I want ActiveCampaign.
Of course, she wants to get the most expensive one. That's the way my wife would do it too. No, but here's the thing. ActiveCampaign is not, I mean, it's good. It's got a better automation sequence build out than anybody else that I've seen. And so I use that for a lot of my automations for our business. But I would say both of them are really good. And if I were starting off, which when I started off, I used GetResponse, and I still have that account. We still mail from that. And then I kind of graduated to ActiveCampaign.
And these last few actually really don't have much to do about marketing. Well, actually one of them does, but this one is actually just location. So Destin, Florida or Miami, Florida, and why?
Okay. Is this just in general for anybody or for me personally?
For you personally.
Okay, for me personally, it would have to be Destin, Florida, because let me give you the reasons why. Number one, it's relaxing. Number two, I own my own place there. And number three, I completely stay out of trouble because there is no trouble to get into because there are no bars and clubs and all that kind of stuff. You just sit on the beach and just chill. I think Miami is kind of that's my bachelor party timing, you know what I mean? But I love them both, but I'm saying Destin.
And my wife says she hates GetResponse. Abby says there's a new automation feature in GetResponse.
There is. There's a new automation feature in GetResponse, and it works. I just think ActiveCampaigns is a little more robust, but I mean they've been doing that for forever. So it kind of makes sense, that it would be a little bit more advanced. But everybody kind of gravitates to their own thing, what you like using best. They all basically do the same thing, So it's really just a matter of what you like best, which one you can work best in.
And let's see, Ty Lopez or Adrian Morrison for Facebook ads.
Oh, Adrian. Ty doesn't know Facebook ads. I love Ty, but he doesn't know his Facebook ads. Adrian does some of his Facebook ads. So, I would say if I'm learning Facebook ads, I'm going with Adrian. If I'm learning how to grow my Instagram account, I'm probably calling Ty.
All right. And let me address these questions. You might hear a little bit of feedback.
And you get sucked back in by the marketing.
All right. I just got to scroll down on the questions. Oh, great. Is this for you? All right.
If I'm learning how to grow my Instagram account, I'm probably calling Ty.
Let's see. All right. So let me go back to the questions at the top. Let's see. Nico says live. Robert is on. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining, Nikos. Sarah, how are you doing? And Sarah says she is a big fan, Anthony.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hello, Pamela. How are you? Which she's probably, I don't know if she's on or not. She's busy. Anthony says Anthony's in the house. Gustavo, how you doing? What's going on? Let's see. Albert says, where's the Albert's asking about your chain. I see you have the self-made on the back. And actually, I guess kind of explain that story where you were in the restaurant, because Anthony has a self-made chain. And apparently he said he was, I guess one of the waiters, he was in the restaurant, and the waiter, I don't know. I'll let him tell the story. He'll tell it better than I can.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had the self-made, and I still have my self-made chain. So I have my self-made chain on, and the first time I wore it, I went out to a restaurant, and somebody walks up to me and just starts hammering me about what does self-made mean and all that stuff, and what makes me so self-made and other people not, and all this stuff. And I'm like, that's part of the problem with people, is the way that they're programmed in their mind. Like, just because I say self-made, that doesn't mean that you're not. It doesn't mean I'm saying you're not self-made. I'm just saying, like, this is that I am. And then also people look at it from a negative perspective, and they say self-made means you're not giving credit to people who helped you along the way and all that stuff. And again, your perception is your reality, but that doesn't always mean it's accurate. And so for me, like self-made really came more from my dad, which I can't show you, but there's art of my dad over here. Because he always told me to be self-made. He always said, don't work for somebody else, don't get a job. He wanted me to be a doctor, because back, 20 years ago, that was the people that owned their own business were doctors, and they started their own practice, and they always made money, and they could build their business, and that's what, obviously the internet changed a lot of that and provided a lot of opportunity. But so being self-made for me means, it reminds me that every single day I get to wake up and choose what I'm going to do. And if I'm going to work, kind of like you said earlier, what drives you, what motivates you, there's a lot of people that wake up and they don't have the drive, they don't have the motivation, they don't have the determination to do anything productive. And when you're an entrepreneur, you don't have a boss checking up on you. You don't have somebody telling you what you can do, what you need to do, what you have to do. You have to tell yourself that. You become your own boss. And I think being self-made, and especially like when I walk into my office, I have this up, and usually I'll have my chain and stuff like that. And it reminds me that every single day I got to make myself do what I need to do to be successful. Nobody's going to make me do it. So it's a reminder all the time that in order to be an entrepreneur and in order to be successful, the only person I have to blame if I'm not successful is me. And the only person that I have to credit for being massively successful is me, because it all starts with my decision to come on a Facebook Live with you and talk about marketing, or to sit down on a Sunday and work while other people are playing. And like that guy that came up to me in the restaurant, I said, well, what did you do on Saturday? Man, I was out, I went to the bar with my friends and and it was Sunday. And I said, okay, well, what are you going to do today? Man, I'm going out with my friends and and I said, good. Well, I was working, right? Like I was working. I was doing a webinar on Saturday, filming courses and stuff on Sunday. I'm like, that's what self-made is. It means doing what I need to do to be successful when nobody else is going to make me do it except me. And I think that that's something that all entrepreneurs, everybody that wants to start their own business needs to remember, because I see many people who have massive ability fail, and it's because they do not understand how to be self-made. They do not understand how to make themselves do what they really need to do, to take what they know and actually implement it. And so it's just a reminder to me every day. I mean, we always have to surround ourselves with the things that help keep us motivated and keep us going. And so that's what I do.
Yeah, you have to have some type of, personal accountability. So, I mean, that's a good point to make. And my friend Robert, actually, I met him. Actually, we're college buddies. So we go all the way back since probably around 2000 or so, 2001. And he says, what's one tool or concept marketers are not taking advantage of or may not know about that you would recommend?
Well, tool or concept, I think the biggest concept might be like what I do with my webinars. I think the biggest concept might be that most people like to sell and then never have that personal interaction on a consistent basis. If you want to be around me, you got to go to a mastermind for 15 grand, or you've got to, go to a live event. That means you got to travel around the country. Most people don't want to spend the time to start and do a webinar series like what I've done. But that webinar series has generated millions of dollars. And it's not that I even set out necessarily to do that. But as I create new products, I have a forum to sell them in. Whereas you see all these other marketers, they're still stuck in the product launch hamster wheel where they got to run out and get 50 of their buddies to promote them, and all that stuff. I don't have to do that because I have this group of people that's always there. And when I create a new product, I can say, hey, by the way, check this out. And everyone buys it. And why do they buy it? Because I've invested maybe in some cases 9 months teaching without selling a single thing. And so when I sell something, it's not like, oh crap, Anthony's selling me something else. It's, oh man, that's awesome, right? Because I've given enough value to people where an offer from me makes it's not even offensive. And then in some cases, it might only be $7, which makes it just ridiculous. ridiculous. So I think the biggest concept is the back end marketing that people do. They think it all needs to be autoresponders and retargeting ads and all this stuff, when really I think it needs to be more webinar based and personal interaction on a consistent basis, which is going to allow for a much bigger forum to share your story, your training, kind of your vision, and then also your products.
All right. Yeah, I know Anthony actually has somewhere to be, thinking about, 20 minutes. So I need to start toning it down or, shutting it down. But Gail asked, obviously she's a follower of you. She says, Anthony, if we're new to the Success Connection, which one of the businesses you created should we start with, PWA or Ambassador Club?
So, without getting into too much detail on your Facebook Live about my products, but they work hand in hand. So the Ambassador Program was basically my first attempt at what Partner with Anthony is. And the Ambassador Program is expensive. It's $1,500, right? So it goes back to you telling me what ads work best, right? Well, when you run solo ads to a $1,500 product, you might spend, $1,700 before you get a sale, because you're trying to create a $1,500 sale on lower quality, untargeted traffic. Whereas if you run Google ads or say YouTube ads, I can spend $500 and literally make 2 sales and make $3,000 for $500, right? So what I did was I created the Partner with Anthony program, which is kind of this entry level, this lower ticket product, this $7 product that's easier to promote. But if you are a member of the Ambassador program, I actually sell that for you inside of the Partner with Anthony program. So where would I start? I would start with my promotion of Partner with Anthony, because it really teaches you the basics to the marketing. But I wouldn't abandon the Ambassador program, because inside of there, I sell that for you. So it's a sales funnel of other products. So if you're an ambassador, I'm basically going to sell that product for you in there, and you're going to make $750 a pop on it. So I would say I would start with my Partner with Anthony training if you have both of these programs, but just understand that the Partner with Anthony training is also going to help you make ambassador sales. And so, by being an ambassador, you have the opportunity to make way more money with it.
Yeah, I don't care what you promote, because pretty much everything all of your products, I have affiliate links for, so you can just go ahead and promote it. Because if it's going to make you money, it's going to make me money too. So you can go in as much detail as you want as possible.
Oh yeah, inside of there, you're going to make money with it, so it's a good thing.
And I guess, there's one last question that I want to ask, because I know you got to get going. So if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
Oh gosh. A superpower? These are those questions they normally ask you in front of 5,000 people, and you're like, I need to sound smart. No, you know what? I think maybe for me, it would be, gosh, that's a good one. And I'm really analytical, so I'll sit here and think about it for a minute. My one superpower, what would I want it to be? I think it would, honestly, I think that the thing that I would enjoy most is being able to 100% understand people. Like that, like to be able to look at a person and understand why they do what they do. That's like, some people will say, well, that's psychology. Not really, because they're guessing. A superpower would mean I know. And I'll tell you why. Because I have worked so hard, like on our Partner with Anthony program, to push people through the funnel. I call it the funnel, but through the training, right? Because it looks like a funnel. It's going down. Get them from session 1 to session 2 to session 3 to session 4 to session, because I know that by session 10, like our numbers show, at session 10, like 70% of the people that make it to session 10 make money. So I can see all these numbers now. But the biggest problem I have is that 52% now of the people that buy never log in. What the hell? They never log in. And so I'm racking my brain trying to figure out, why is this happening? How is this happening? I now have a phone team that calls people right after they buy to try to make sure, did you get your login information? Did you get the emails? Do you know how to log in? Let's log in together. Let's do this together. Let's have a party. Like, I'm spending so much money trying to correct human nature. And the problem is that human nature tells us that in this industry and in what we do, half of the people are never going to follow through with what they said they were going to do. The other half are going to start, but of that half, probably 70% are not going to finish. And that's where you get this whole 80-20 rule. And I'm trying to break the 80-20 rule with the Partner with Anthony program. And so I would love to know what's going through a person's mind when they buy something, put their information in, hit checkout, and then never log in, right? And then call their bank and file a friggin' chargeback. I mean, that I have to fight and deal with all day long because they never logged in. So I would say for me, it would be to understand people to the fullest degree, why they do what they do, how they do what they do, and then how to change the way that they think and the actions that they take if in fact it would benefit them. And I think that right now is what I'm struggling most with my business and what I'm putting more time and energy into than you can even imagine on a $7 product. But it's because I believe that if I can push people through that training, they're going to make money. I can see that. And so I would say that would be my biggest desire. It's probably not as interesting and as fun as like, being able to see through walls and stuff, but it works for me.
And I know actually Sarah is a culprit and she's guilty. She says, I bought mobile opt-in software and I haven't tried it yet. You were promoting it and I just bought it. So that was, there's an example right there. But thank you, Anthony, for joining me. And even right now, I guess you guys may not know, you may know if you follow him, but actually he's dealing with some health issues now as well. So, and he hopped on with me. So, I mean, that's just the heart that he has. He wants his students to succeed, wants them to excel. So, I mean, if you want to partner with anybody, partner with Anthony. So thanks for joining us, and I'll let you have the closing word if you want to. So
yeah, man. Look, I'm happy to come on, support what you're doing, and share some information with people. I love to see our students doing new things. Like I said, breaking out of your comfort zone, getting on videos, hosting webinars or lives, and all of this stuff. I think it's important, and I also think that people who are in what you call influencer positions. I'm not an influencer. I do not influence anybody. I hardly ever post anything. But like you said, the Tai Lopez's and the you mentioned Tai Lopez and me and all these other people that Russell Brunson, all that. I think that more of us need to spend more time maybe doing interviews with people who are just getting started with this kind of stuff, kind of like you, versus each other, because I think there's more value. I'm a firm believer in the fact that a lot of people follow me that don't follow, or a lot of people follow you that don't follow me. A lot of people would follow Abby that don't follow me. When you want to reach the true fiber of America or the world, you want to reach it through the people who are just starting, because that's where I found my most success, was when I was first starting. And so I'm always happy to help, and I hope that other people see that and feel that way, and also do that kind of stuff as well, because it's always time well spent. Because if you can motivate one or two people, to not to buy my program, but to do anything or think a little bit differently, you just never know kind of the lives you're going to change. I'll leave you with this. There's one guy that came up to me I was in Nashville, and I was doing an interview. Was being filmed, and he just literally, I was facing this way and I was talking to the guy next to me, and right over his shoulder, this guy walked by and he just flipped out. I mean, I've never, in the 12, 13 years I've been doing this, have I ever seen anybody flip out when they saw me quite like this guy. I mean, he dropped his stuff, hit his hand over his face. If I could have caught that on camera, I mean, it would have been amazing. Like, it would have just been crazy. But here's the thing. I didn't teach him how. He's making over he makes 7 figures a year now. And I didn't teach him the specifics to making 7 figures a year. But what happened was, he read one of my books. It opened his mind to internet marketing, which he'd never done before, never even thought of doing until he read one of my books. Then he read my Hidden Millionaire book, which kind of started teaching him the right mindset. And what's amazing is that when you reach, like, there's so many people that you can impact, so many people whose lives will change that you never even know. Like this guy, he just flipped out. He's making $1 million a year, And it's all because he grabbed a couple of books and they changed the course of his life. They didn't teach him the steps that made him the $1 million. They took him from going this direction to this direction. And this direction is where he found that success. And so I think it's always a good idea to do what you're doing and to do what so many other people are doing now. And that is share your story, teach what you know, and inspire as many people as you can, because even when you don't see it, even when all you see online is the negativity, all you see is the BS scam reports and all that stuff like you talked about, even when that's all you see, it's because we live in a world where negativity rules. We live in a world where if we can possibly find some way to create controversy and negative impact, we'll do it because it's newsworthy and people gravitate to it. But the one thing to remember is that behind all of that negativity, there's all this positive stuff that you're doing and all these people's lives that are changing and all these awesome things that are happening that maybe don't get posted on Google and maybe don't get reported on, the report sites and all that stuff, but it is happening. And so I would say if you've got a story, if you've got something to say, if you've got something to teach, keep doing it. Get outside of your comfort zone and share your story and share as much as you can with people, because even though you may not see it, I guarantee you interviews like this and opportunities like this, it ends up pushing people in directions that changes their life. And so I'm always happy to do it.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And well, I know you got to go, but I know Sarah, she said, I knew this question was coming because actually I kind of asked Anthony about this. I wanted to promote this video and, this interview in all of his groups. And he said, let's just wait to do that because a ton of people are going to be asking me. You already got one right now. Sarah saying, how can she book you? So
yeah, how can I get books? Just click my calendar link and fill it up. I haven't. I don't have any bookings for being on lives. But what I might do is commit to 1 or 2 days a month to do interviews like this with people. And so give me some time to figure it out, and I'll put together a little calendar book or a little calendar link. And if you've got a podcast or you've got a Facebook Live and you just kind of want to start to motivate people around you, I'm happy to hop on and spend 20 minutes, 30 minutes, talking and sharing the story. So give me some time to figure out how to get it scheduled. And you and I have been talking about this since Ty's Mastermind, but give me a time to figure out how I can put it into my schedule, and then we'll make it happen.
Yeah, I appreciate you hopping on. I got to ask, am I like the first one that's done an interview like this, or?
Yes, you are. You're you're numero uno, man. Number one and only right now. So we'll see if we can't get to some other people soon enough and help them. Like I said, it's a good thing. There's a balance between doing this and actually working, and there's a billion things going on my screen, and all of it's really for Partner with Anthony stuff. So I got to balance my time, but I'll see if I can help some other people out, do some interviews, and inspire some people along the way. So we'll see if we can get it set up.
And my wife says favor is not fair, but I always want to remind people, always be moving. #ABM, continue to pursue your goals, your dreams, no matter what. If there's pain in front of you, just go through the pain, experience the pain, endure the pain. Because remember, on the other side of pain, there is actually pleasure. So thank Anthony for joining us. And as he said, I'm the first one, final salute, and I know he's got to get going. So thanks for hopping on and dropping a ton of value. But check him out later, and if you got any questions, just put them in there later and all that stuff. So thanks for joining us, everybody. If you have any questions, you can put them in there later. I don't know if Anthony will be back. You heard it, he has a busy schedule, but I'll try to answer them and do what I can. But check out his program, check out his events, 9 a.m. on Eastern time. But you have to I think you have to purchase one of his products to get in. So all those are purchasers, which is like 14,000 plus people, and all of them bought to get in. So if you want to interact with him some more, purchase his products or just go through my affiliate link. But you guys have a good one, and we'll check you out later. All right.
Take care, everybody.
All right, here we go. Live?
Yeah, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. How's everybody doing today? I'm live here with Chad Coterie, and he is actually the owner of Dash Clicks, the upcoming. Actually, it's already upcoming. I mean, he's already here. I mean, he's already arrived and he's already came. So actually what he does is he helps on the back end, like, for you agency owners that are out there. I mean, if you're on live, show us some love on here. We want to make sure that, we got some engagement. We want this to go out to other agency owners and everything. So just, yeah, so actually I'll let him tell a little bit about his story, but I'm going to kind of introduce him a little bit as far as, just the fact that, I did a post, I guess, on the original post that I had. I actually told, kind of gave his backstory where people said it wasn't going to work for him. People laughed at him. He gave him the idea, told him he had a dream, he had a vision, he had a goal, and everybody kind of laughed at him. But the thing is, look where he is right now. I mean, I'll let him go into a little more detail, but actually what he does is he services agencies. I mean, anything that you need, you social media agency owners out there that, if you need any help with your, I don't know where that feedback's coming from. But yeah, how you doing? It looks like, yeah, I guess Chad's in the system now. But yeah, so so anybody that, if you need help, as far as building web pages, your social media work, because actually, when I first got started, actually I'm still am, pretty much started. But the thing is, is spending a lot of time on servicing my clients and everything like that. And, once I found a guy like this, a system, actually Rob Quinn hooked me up with him. Through his program or whatever, they're kind of, doing a joint venture and everything. But yeah, so the situation with that is, your agency owners that are actually servicing all of your clients yourself, if you're building out their ads, building out your Facebook ads, building out Google ads, building out, any campaigns that you're building out, this guy will help you on the back end. And let me just go ahead and just let him tell a story. How did you come to develop, just where'd you get the idea from? Well, actually, just tell us how you started. I mean, were you an agency owner or, just tell your story from the beginning, the start of your entrepreneurial career, entrepreneurial journey.
Yeah, for sure, man. So when I started my business, it was in September of 2009. So it's about to hit 10 years. And essentially when we started, I actually obviously started by myself. I started working out of my parents' house. For those of you guys who are friends with me on Facebook, I'm sure you've seen the picture that I put up the other day. Was this picture in my mom's house with this old school desk and a laptop that I had. And I was working from there. That was like the first 3 or 4 years of my life, just literally working out of that room. And essentially, I remember people coming up to me, even my friends used to come over. I was younger, I was like 20 years old at the time. My friends used to come over at the house and they used to say, hey, were you going to go get a job? Are you going to go do something with yourself? And I'm like, no, I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to ride this out. I think I'm going to do something big here. And it's funny because back then I wasn't even doing the stuff that we were doing now. When our parent company, it's called Social Agency, which is our retail digital marketing agency, we do well over 7 figures a year in recurring revenue. But back then when I started off as doing a couple services. I was doing printing, which was really my main service that I started off with, which I don't recommend anybody starts. It's like the worst business you can get into. But back then it was good because, Craigslist was really popular back in the day. So I would go on Craigslist and I would start posting. I would do like 50 posts a day, posting for people who are business owners who would go to Facebook and look for business cards or logo design or postcards or anything like that, right? And I would basically go, I would do the design. I was a graphic designer. I was really artsy back in the day. I would do the designs and I would charge them, I don't know, like $100 to do a business card design. And then I would charge them another $100 to print the business cards and I would send that off to a trade printer. And that's kind of how my business started. I started doing that for probably the first couple of months. Then I built my own website, which is called printerprinting.com. Still up today, and we get phone calls. We don't even take orders anymore. I don't know why we got to shut it down. Essentially, that was built to get people who were interested in printing in the local area, which we're in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, right? So I started off doing that. I was sending off orders to print, and then after I started doing these people's business cards and their graphics, they would ask me if I can build their website. I was like, yeah, I'll figure it out. I took the order, started building websites, and became a web designer a year later. I was watching YouTube videos, and this was back in the day when there was no courses that you can just go and you can just buy a course, right? This was just going on YouTube and finding people who were just putting out really good content. So I started building websites. Then I kept getting the question, a couple months after that, hey, that's great. The website looks awesome. How do I get people to the website, right? And I started doing marketing, and I started building Facebook pages and started doing SEO. SEO for me is, in my opinion, what really scaled our agency. We used to go out and sell SEO. SEO is really hot. It still is really hot. It's one of our top performing products that we have, and one of our top sellers within our actual company. I would say probably about 60% of the people who we service are in SEO packages, right? So that's pretty much the start of the journey. Then obviously going and hiring employees as needed. I remember the first employee I hired, she came to the office. I split an office with my friend and had a little room in his office. It was like 150 or 200 square feet little space that can fit 2 desks, and that's really what it is. And I was there for 2 years. I had 1 employee. Then I gradually hired a salesperson. Salesperson would do walk-ins, literally go. I remember this like it was yesterday. He had a little Vespa, and he would take his Vespa and he would a little scooter, and he would go and he would park in plazas. And I created a little book for him, and he would just go out, show people the services that we were offering, and say that they're going to run a free consultation or a free business analysis report on their digital marketing, right? And we would scan their social media, we would scan their directory listings, we would scan multiple different assets, we would scan their website, and then I would jump on a one-on-one. I would do a join.me session with them, show them the report, and actually start selling. That, I think, was the catapult of our agency. I remember within the first month, we closed like 20 accounts that were paying us $499 each. That was huge for us. And then I was like, all right, how do I do this and just keep doing it, but on a larger scale? So then we moved into a bigger office. We started hiring, and 10 years later, we have probably over 25 employees in our office, about to hit 30. We just hired a new developer for DashClicks. And then we're hiring 2 Facebook ad specialists as well and a project manager. So now we're I would say this pretty badass fulfillment team. I mean, 10 years later, we have the processes down for all of our services. We have been in business so long, and we've ran campaigns for so many different industries. And I'm getting like a lot of support tickets and DashClicks of people asking me about all these industries. Like, have you ever ran a campaign for this? I'm like, yeah, we ran it. We've done it before. So that's kind of the backstory and kind of where we are today.
No, I guess as far as, well, obviously you heard his story as far as how he got started with just one thing and then he expanded. So would you recommend that for most agency owners, that are just starting out? Because I know a lot of people have issues niching down. And I've actually heard, on both sides. I've interviewed a couple of people that say, you need to niche down. But then I've also heard, a couple of people say, you really don't need to niche down. You can just go broad. I mean, I guess it just kind of depends. I mean, what's your opinion of that?
So, all right. So I'm in a little bit of a different mindset because, we're a larger agency. We have multiple clients and we don't service a specific niche, right? And I'll be honest with you, I don't think we ever service a specific niche. I think maybe if you can call it a niche, maybe like the home services, but it wasn't like dialed down to like, we only service plumbers or we only service HVAC guys, right? I think home services was our broad niche, and we were going after like plumbers, electricians, contractors. And the reason why we were going for it is because when we had a call center with we had almost 13 people in our office. Now that call center is a video room. We don't even do outbound calls anymore because we get so much inbound. But when we were doing the call center, we would target that specific niche because those people have their phones in their pocket. When you're calling a painter, chances are, not all the time, but chances are it's a small company. That painter will literally answer his phone and you can speak directly to him without having to get through a gatekeeper, without having to go through hurdles just to speak to the owner, let alone now you have to pitch him and try to offer him services, right? So for me, I never really had a niche. I've seen a lot of people talk about niches and dialing down, and I get that. However, with DashClicks, I think the beauty of it is you don't really need to focus too much on a niche. You can literally bring a client on, we can service it no matter what the niche is, no matter what the services are, as long as we obviously provide those services. And we provide almost, I think, every big general, digital marketing style service, right? All the way from SEO to website design to Google PPC to Facebook and Instagram ads, to chatbots, which is coming out soon in a couple of months, to SEO, directory listings, content, social media posting, right? pretty much every service that every agency is now offering to their clients. So the beauty about it is back then we couldn't do that, and it was really hard. Forget, let alone the niche. What happens if you go out and you sell a client, you sell them a website design, you sell them SEO, and you sell them a Facebook campaign, right? You get the guy all hyped up. Now you got to have 3 specialists to actually produce that order. You need a website designer, you need a certified Google AdWords specialist, you need somebody to run the Facebook campaign or whatever it is that they bought, right? So you need those different people. So if somebody's, let's say that client's paying you $3,000 a month, now you need to go hire 3 employees plus pay yourself. It's almost impossible, right? You'd actually lose money. So that scaling, the reason why DashClicks, I think, has taken on so fast and had so many people have been signing up and we're getting so many orders. Thank God, I pray that we're doing very well. But the reason for it is, if you really look at like the psychology aspect of it, it's almost impossible to scale unless you're literally scaling fast, right? You need to have like a really fast forward momentum in order to be able to go out and hire a production team to create those processes. And it's not only that, what about like trials and errors, right? We've spent millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars on hiring employees, hiring and firing, trying out different softwares, trying out different techniques and tactics, losing clients because we tried stuff for them and maybe it didn't work, right? And that was back in the day. Now we have our processes literally on point. And we have a protocol for every single service that we do. And that's how we run our agency. It's all about processes, and it's all about just making sure that the efficiency of what we're doing and how we're doing it is 100% to get really good success for the clients, which is at the end of the day, if you don't have that, you're going to be stuck in a hamster wheel.
Yeah, I want to touch on 3 things, that you were talking about as far as the gatekeepers. I mean, you guys heard, the niches that he started out for. He said you want to pick a niche that is actually, or you want to go into a niche that, people actually, the owners actually have their phone, or, you can get in touch with somebody, a niche that you don't have to go through a gatekeeper for. So you want to try to pick niches like those. And, he named, plumbers, contractors, painters, and stuff like that, the home service niches. I mean, probably like, cleaning, services, people that clean houses and stuff like that. So that was one thing. So if you guys are having some issues as far as, finding out what niche to go into or to look for, there's some some examples for you right there. And then he actually just mentioned on chatbots. I know you guys heard, or you can look on my page, whatever, but I interviewed the bot queen last week, and she pretty much let you know how, complicated, or, how much time, not really complicated, but time consuming it is to build out a chatbot. And especially, if you have many agents or, many clients. So, I mean, and if you're just one person doing it, then, I mean, it's going to take you a lot of time, because actually I service the client and I built out a bot for him, and I'm pretty much still working. So the thing is, you have to, it takes a while to build out a chat bot. And, chatbots are very essential and they're very crucial, especially now. I mean, you can get a lot of subscribers, you can build campaigns and everything off of that and retarget. I mean, it's just easier, as far as people that are in your, your Facebook niche. I mean, you could pretty much just build a lookalike audience based off of the subscribers in your chatbot. So, I mean, and then he told, pretty much told you that, it takes a lot of money to hire, these different people. So, I mean, this is pretty much just a no-brainer. I mean, you agency owners out there that, are just struggling just to get into, just the fact of building out campaigns, building out SEO campaigns, building out Google ad campaigns, building out Facebook campaigns. But I don't think they're doing Snapchat yet, but I know they're doing Instagram. But, you agency owners that are out there that are just trying to do everything. I mean, you might want to look at, getting into, Chad services, talk to Chad, reach out to him, let him know. I mean, he's always on the line. That's the thing. I mean, you just heard he said he just said he had 25 employees. But every time that, I have a message or a question for him, I mean, I can hit him up on Facebook, or I can just go to their website and hit him up, DashClicks. But, if you guys are on live, I think we had a couple of people join us. I think Tony's here. Actually, my wife is here. Kenny, Quinnell, and I can't see these other people that are actually going away. But the thing is, yeah. So, I mean, if you agency owners out there that, just having, a struggle, just trying to, plow through, just trying to have something grow, trying to experience some growth. I mean, Chad can help you scale quickly. And that was another other thing I wanted to touch on, as far as scaling. I mean, it's going to be hard to say. I think somebody calculated maybe like the average person can have maybe like 7 clients, and they can't go, beyond And beyond that, just by themselves, just doing everything themselves, servicing everything themselves. So, I mean, you already have an existing system right here. He already has case studies that I know they're building out. The program's actually still growing. I mean, his company's still growing, and actually he's doing a lot of things as far as training and everything. I just saw last week, maybe about 2 weeks ago, because I know he went to a conference in Florida. And I know that they're actually building out everything as far as they actually just developed the studio. I mean, if you look at the original post that I put on here about the interview, you can see his studio. I think it was on the left side of the picture where I pretty much just stole it from his page. I copy pasted it, but I'm sure he doesn't mind. Just give him some publicity to his business. So and I mean, obviously, yeah, he can help you scale quick. So I guess I got a question for you as far as just on the come up. I mean, what's your go-to? I mean, was there a go-to book that you looked at? Was there a mentor? I mean, what things actually helped you? Because obviously, being an entrepreneur is not always la la land, and candy, and you just didn't pretty much just come up, blow up. I mean, I guess in your downtowns, what did you lean on as far as getting through some of the rough times?
For me, I didn't necessarily have like a mentor, I would say. I would have these various different businesses that I would just follow like a hawk. And I would do R&D, and I would follow everything that they would do. I would go to Crunchbase. I would follow any seed rounds or Series A rounds or investments that they would get in. When I look at a business, I look at like the bigger opportunity of how do you scale and how do you get investments and how are you able to hire 50 people in one shot and really take off, right? And how do you spend $1 million a month in running ads for your business and start getting $2 million in sales, right? So when I'm looking at businesses, I'm not necessarily looking at mentors. I'm more so looking at like the business aspect to see how the businesses themselves are actually growing. And there's been some pretty big players out in the market that I follow. I know I follow Madwire Media. They opened the same year that I opened in 2009. They have probably about 600 employees, right? So I look at companies like that are in the same space, and I try to figure out and dissect what it is that they're doing, what's working for them, what's not working for them. And then I try to replicate that in my business, and I try to do it better. So I've taken courses. I'm not going to say that I haven't, obviously. I always like to educate myself. I think education is huge. I know I took Billy Jean's course was one that I took. When we were first starting out in Facebook marketing a couple years back. I was actually at Billy Jean's office not too long ago in San Diego. I was at his event. I just went to the Agency Influencers event. I'm going to the ClickFunnels event. I was at the ClickFunnels event last year too. I know Russell Brunson from ClickFunnels is one, I think, one person that I look up to, that I follow, because his business model is, I'm not going to say similar to DashClicks, but it's that software style and gaining users and subscribers and followers, right, and going through that whole path. So when I'm looking at a business, I'm trying to dissect the business itself and not necessarily the person. So that's just the way that I think, and that's my mentality. But I mean, when I get home, that's what I do. I just do R&D. I'm always doing R&D. It's never stops because there's so much stuff that's happening, right? And then also one thing to say, just to piggyback off of one of the comments that you made for the studio. So yes, we just built out this whole studio. It takes an entire month to build out. Probably spent like 20 to 30 grand in that. We're just building out with professional equipment, right? Wrapping the walls, professional equipment, furniture, cameras, TVs, touchscreen TVs, so we can do like drawing, whiteboard style stuff. Just there's so much stuff. GoPros hanging from the walls, like behind the scenes type stuff. Computers, 4K monitors. I'm talking about like our production room is like fully built out, right? And we're actually going live for the first time on Monday, which is going to be Monday, December 17th from 3 to 5 p.m. We're going to be going live, and I'm going to be talking about 3 topics. And the 3 topics, I think, were top 3 prospecting tactics that we use to generate clients for our retail agency. We're going to be talking about how to actually use the DashClicks platform during a sales call to catapult your sales. And we're also going to be talking about how to actually use DashClicks just in general and how it all works and how you can actually take advantage of it and how it can help scale your agency. Plus, we're going to be doing tons of Q&A. We're going to be doing prize giveaways, swag bag giveaways, and stuff like that. So we're really pumped up. I think we sent out the invitation yesterday. We're doing a hard cap of 500 live webinar attendees. And I think we sent it out last night at like 7 p.m. Within the first hour, we hit like 150 registrations. I don't even know where we're at yet. I haven't checked this morning. I'm sure we're going to get close to that 500. So, and it's completely free. That's what people don't understand, is when you're talking about giving value, that's, I think, the major reason of why Dashclicks is scaling so much. Because we don't ask you for $1. Like, there's people that come to the platform, they go, they use all of our resources, they use the platform, they use the dashboard, they watch all the videos, and they don't pay us $1. And that's completely fine because we're educating them. And we know that if we can educate them, we can help them, we can go out and help them get more clients, then they'll see the value in us and they'll use us for our services, right? So with Dashclicks, unlike all these other courses and companies where you got to go and you got to buy a course, and you got to spend $1,000 on going and buying a course, right? Or you have to now jump into like a 15K a year, like a mentorship program or something like that, right? With Dashclicks, it's all free. You can just log into Dashclicks. Everything is free. You can go in there, and there's tons of free value in there. And you can just go in there at any time and literally just watch all that stuff. Not only that, but we have like an entire, I don't know, like there's so much people inside of Dashclicks that it's honestly, like I remember yesterday I was sitting with my developer and we were looking at the global map. So we use Intercom for our support ticketing and live chats. And through Intercom, you can actually click a button. It's like a little globe icon. You click on it, and it shows you all the users that are inside the dashboard, and it pinpoints them on a map globally. And it's crazy when you're looking at it because we literally have pins in almost every single country, and it's only been like less than 3 months. So there's users all over the world that are using Dashclicks. It's not just here in the United States. So if you're outside of the US and you're looking to outsource your work, you can still outsource. It's all done within our Fort Lauderdale office in-house. So I can't stress that enough. Like those are the facts and those are the things that we live by here at Dashclicks.
Yeah, that's some pretty, interesting things you guys are doing. Just for you guys that just joined us, I think Pat and William just joined us. I'm here with Chad. He's the owner of Dashclicks, a servicing company for agencies on the back end as far as building out campaigns for them, building out websites, doing SEO, and they just got, I forgot to mention the dashboard. That's the big thing with you guys where they can monitor everything. They got a CRM system where they can keep track of all the calls for your clients that you have. I mean, every lead that comes in, they can pretty much monitor the lead and the conversation that they have on the telephone, and they build out other campaigns, Google ads and everything like that. So he did touch on a couple of points where, as far as he said, he pretty much just mimics and he looks at, other big companies. And you agency owners out there, if you're trying to scale, actually that's something that I'm learning now as far as looking at other entrepreneurs, because some things, you can't get out of a book. It's some things you just can't be taught. You can't study enough to get, specific things and things that you need for your business. You actually have to go out and, search them. And, like I guess there's a saying that says, some things can't be taught. You have to be caught. So, that's what he's trying to do is just, catch everything that everybody has, because there's just certain things you can't see or is not contained, in a book or even a training video. But the thing is, he still says, just the fact that, his company is still growing, and, some people might look at Chad and say, he's arrived or whatever. But the situation is, he said it never stops. He says his research and development never stops. There is an indication of a growing company there. A lot of companies that actually my wife and I just had a conversation this morning about Kmart going out of business. I don't know if Kmart's, national or whatever, but I think it is, but, they're going out of business, and, it's like, why are they going out of business, man? I think it's just the fact that, they never, really, just research and development. I hadn't really seen any ads for them online. It's like they didn't transition, to what was going on in the world today. It's still stuck in an archaic mindset and doing things in the of the old and in the past. But you just heard there's an owner right here that's saying he has a company that he continues to research and develop. So that his company is going to obviously keep growing, because he's not going to be stagnant in the information that he has. Pretty much if you don't, whatever you put in, that's what you get out. So if you put in old information, or if old information is into you, you constantly have old information, then obviously that's what you're going to, get out. So, you put in what you get out. So he's constantly putting things in. So obviously, he's going to constantly keep putting out fresh stuff, and that's fresh stuff for everybody that, is involved with him, that's listening to him, that's around him, that's associated with him. So, this is a business model. This is a business period, but a business model that I think you guys need to, at least look at. You may not want to get into it right now, because I'm obviously a researcher too. I like to research stuff before I get involved. So research his company, look at, talk to people who are actually using DashClicks. I know you can find them online, just Google them, or, actually, at the end, he's going to let you know how to get in touch with him. So, you can just reach out to him personally and just let him know. But obviously, yeah, of course, he's going to, brag on his company. So, hey, you don't trust him, reach out to somebody that's using them. You get testimonial stuff, talk to other agency owners that are involved with his program. And then, he also reached out on different courses and stuff. He's always looking at, different courses. So, it just goes to let you agency owners know that, you never arrive. Even the business owners, entrepreneurs, period, you just can't get stagnant. A lot of people say, well, you got all this money, you're making all this money, every month. But the thing is, if you stop seeking, then obviously that money is actually going to go away. It's going to deplete, and it's going, you're just going to exist, man. Nobody really wants to exist. They want to thrive. And, you just heard that he said, he's giving out free training for you agency owners that are going out there and buying all these classes and going, not to say that you shouldn't do that, but if you have, valuable information, go ahead.
I was going to say, you definitely should. I'm not, bashing any courses or anything. I think courses are awesome. I've taken them. I've purchased them before. I'm just saying that there's also a bunch of other, additional, aside from the course, there's also additional free value inside of DashClicks.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If there's valuable free information that he's giving out, then you might as well just use it. And you heard the people that he, looked at, Billie Jean and Russell Brunson. The fact that he actually is sitting under them and listening to them and actually reading, going to their trainings and stuff, which obviously, yeah, there you go. He says, he actually pays for training. But the thing is, the things that he's paying for, and actually getting, he's actually giving that to you guys for free. He's just putting it in, his own words. And he's letting you guys know, the value of the information that he's giving out. So I guess another question, the fact is, how can you, or I guess, what would some other entrepreneurs look at you at and say, I guess the way that you grew and scaled your company might be, I guess, a little controversial. I guess a way that you grew and scaled your company, what would be a different way that, or actually, I guess, how would a person, I guess, a normal entrepreneur, if they were trying to grow their business and scale their business like you, what would you tell them to do? Or what would be, I guess, a controversial way that you grew their business that they did not grow their business?
Yeah, so if you're talking about like an agency owner,
or just in general, period.
Yeah, just in general business. I think networking. If you're not doing networking, networking is huge. Going to your doing local trade shows, going to local events, just speaking to people. Think about social media. Think about the reach that social media has. I'll go and I'll post something on Facebook, and I'll post a video on Facebook, and it might get 1,000 views. And a lot of people nowadays are looking at it and are like, oh, you got 1,000 views. But think about the actual people. Don't look at it as views. Think about them as a people. That means you had 1,000 people. Imagine 1,000 people just sitting in a room and listening to what you have to say. Metaphorically, I know they're not in the room with you, right? But that's how people need to look at it. It's such an easy tool. Right now, we're going to go live. We might get 1,000 people to watch this video, right? It's 1,000 people. Man, how hard it is to get 1,000 people in a room with you? It's really, really hard, right? So it's really important to go after stuff like that. Social media is huge. Take advantage of it. Go become friends with people that are like-minded. Have conversations with them. Join groups. I know there's some awesome groups. I know you have a group, right? What's your group called for everybody out there who's not in it, who possibly?
My group is called SEMA Six-Figure Secret Scaling Hacks. So you can reach out to me. It's actually on my profile page. So yeah. And
there you go. Joining groups and joining like-minded people. There's a bunch of like-minded people in your group. I know that the ClickFunnels group is 180,000 or almost 200,000 people that are all like-minded that you can just go in there and ask questions and have conversations with. Go to events. Go to the ClickFunnels event as an example. There's gonna be 4,000 to 5,000 people that are all like-minded. Go meet people. Go network with people, because you don't know the people that surround you are the people that make you. So you need to make sure that you're hanging out with the right clique, you're hanging out with the right crew, you're bouncing ideas off of people, and just that's my opinion. Just making sure that you're joining all the groups, you're networking, your meeting is going out and you're meeting as much people as possible, whether it's in person or it's online or whatever assets of going out and finding people and clicking with them that you can do. You need to go out and you need to meet people, because that's how I grew my business. It's all about connections. It's all about meeting people. I mean, I hang out, and I'm not saying this to brag. I'm saying this because I've worked 10 years to get this, but I know owners to huge companies. I'm talking about companies that make $50, $60 million. I go eat dinner with them. And what do you think I do? I ask them questions. How's your business? Any advice that you can give me in my business? And I do that because I want to make myself better. So I get information from these guys that have already spent all the money going out and doing R&D and doing testing, all this stuff, right? And figuring out what's working, what's not working. They'll just tell me, yeah, I tried this, you shouldn't do it. Trade shows in this industry doesn't work. You should do trade shows in this industry, right? So it's like network yourself around really good people and try to find people that will not only help mentor you, but actually help you and like hold your hand and walk you through the process. So that was the biggest thing for me in my scaling. It's, obviously you can go out and you can hire employees and you can do all that stuff, but just being around the right group of people and even online, being in the right groups and meeting people and doing stuff like this where we're going live and a couple hundred people will see it, right? It's a form of networking, so it's very important.
Yeah, that's interesting you put that. And the thing is, like right now, I think we got one person on, but think of Mari just joining. What's going on, Mari? But the thing is, if you're on live, hashtag live. If you're on replay, hashtag replay. But the thing is, as he's saying, when you go out, or actually, you go live on Facebook, it doesn't necessarily mean that, there's a couple of people that tuned in. I mean, we had, people come in and they join us every night. But the thing is, once you go live once, it stays, live. So the thing is, you might have 3 or 4 right now, in the present. But the thing is, it'll go out into the future and it'll constantly keep going. This information is going to constantly be recycled. So, where else can you go? If you put stuff online or actually on the TV, if you buy a TV bar, it's just one time, that's it. But the thing is, on social media, once you put something on your page or once you put something even online, period, it stays on there. it's a piece of real estate that you actually just purchased pretty much for free. We're going live right now for free. I have a free software that I'm using. I'm using Zoom, the free version of Zoom. So, it's easy to, actually get your information out, get your word out. Just got to draw traffic to it. And then, once you get leeway, then, you can start paying. So obviously, if you're getting eyeballs on you for free, then how much more eyeballs will you get on you, if you're actually paying for, paid ads online. So, that's an interesting, topic that he touched on. Interesting subject. So, I got one more question for you, Chad. Some people think this is a hard question. I don't know if you've been asked it before or not, but I ask everybody that comes on here and that I interview. As far as if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why? Why would you want to have that superpower?
I would want to foresee the future of processes, which probably sounds so stupid, but if I can foresee all the errors that we have running in every business has errors. I don't care who you are. You're not nobody's Superman, right? So every business will have flaws, and if I can foresee those flaws before they happen, that would be my superpower, because then I would never have any flaws and my business would run smooth. So that would be my superpower. I know it's probably, sounds stupid, but when you're a business owner, you really understand that that's like a big part of your business, to be able to see stuff like that happening.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I guess the people that how can people reach you? You got a website. Actually, what I'll do is I'll get him to send me the website, but you can go ahead and let everybody know, and then I'll come back in and put it in the comments, or you can just type it in the comments now, because I think you're inside the.
Yeah, so everybody can just go right here. I'll just drop it in here. Dash. And you can go in there. You can get a free account. It's 100% free. Literally, you can go sign up for a free account. If you're an agency, you can brand your entire dashboard. Once again, 100% for free. Watch tons of videos and courses are all in there, 100% for free. Speak with our team. Speak with our members. I'm in there. Open up a live chat. Communicate with us. Tell us what you're struggling with, and we'll help you. We'll try to fix the problems for you. Once again, 100% for free, right? You only pay us when you use our services. That's it. And we know if you're using our services, we're going to help you make your money on it, right? We're going to get you that ROI, and you're going to be able to keep that client long term. So if you don't have a DashClicks account, just go to dashclicks.com, click on the link below, and just get that account.
All right. Well, you heard it from Chad. Yeah, we thank you for joining. You got some valuable information here, how to scale, how to grow your business, gave you some topics on what his services and everything can do. So like he said, you got any questions, just reach out to him, or you just want to, more information, about what he can do and, everything that his company provides and that he services, or, just to go get the free training that he offers. Just reach out to him. And I did want to touch on one more subject as far as, just the fact of, actually I did, because I'm actually in your bot and you did send it out. Yes, it was yesterday. And actually I was one of the ones that registered. So I'm in that, I guess you said about 100 or so. So I'm trying to get all the information that I can, whether free or whether paid. So, and especially, I want the valuable information, but we do thank Chad for joining us, and you guys will be back on. Yeah, we'll be back on, sometime soon. So we appreciate it, and we hope you all have a wonderful day.
Sounds good, man. Have a good one. Bye, guys.
Actually here with Mercedes Eckhart. Did I say that right, Mercedes?
Eckhart.
Yeah. So I want to invite you guys to join in with us today. As you can see on the screen, is getting paid while you shop. And this is something that I actually thought was a myth. I thought it was a legend. I thought it was, just a lot of people were talking about how you could go out and go to these different companies and actually get paid. These different companies, these different businesses, and actually getting paid for buying their stuff. But actually, I found out it is actually a legit business. But obviously, there's a lot of scams and everything like that online. And Mercedes has actually narrowed all this stuff down. She's compiled it into a course, and she pretty much, actually will show you legit businesses where you can actually go into and you can be a mystery shopper and you can actually get paid to shop. Just, pretty much just a shop. So if you love the shop, then you need to tune into this. And actually, I want to get started as far as how we actually met, how we're was because it was through my wife. Shout out to Mercedes, ask her because, to interview her because she has a very successful business, which she built the business. She is currently still working, which I just found out, as an employee for a particular company, which I obviously won't get into that, but she is still an employee. So she has built a successful business part-time. She has built a successful business. So just to let you guys know, this can be done. So I want her to open up just to give her story, how she got started into mystery shopping and everything like that. So the floor is yours, Betty. Just go ahead and start. You can just give your background, how you got started, and your family life also, because you're a mom, right?
Yeah, I'm a stepmom. So Mike, thank you, first of all, for letting me come on tonight. And yes, we got introduced through your wife, which her and I were in the same business sphere with the same business coach, Nicole Walters. And so that's how we met. And it's been a joy getting to know you all. And as far as it comes to me and my background with entrepreneurship and mystery shopping, number one, I've always been an entrepreneur from the time that I could walk and talk. I was selling something. I was coming up with some business idea that at a young age, I actually would put into practice, right? So I've been an entrepreneur from the time I was, say 10 years old, maybe even younger. Number two, I found out about mystery shopping in 2013. And just like you, Mike, I thought it was a scam. I thought there's no way getting paid to shop sounds too good to be true. But it wasn't, right? So it turned out to be a legitimate type of side gig or a side hustle or whatever you want to call it. And so after getting into mystery shopping several years into that, then I started my own business teaching other people how to mystery shop, because I realized that this was, what I had, the reservations I had about mystery shopping coming in. Hundreds and thousands of people have those same reservations because when you look in the media, there's not a very positive outlook on mystery shopping. If you look up articles, it's always going to be about a scam. And so I wanted to bring this out and shine it up a bit and show people that, hey, this is a gold mine and you need to get in on it. And it's not too good to be true. And so I began this business several years ago while working a 9-to-5 job. they say you've got your 9 to 5, and then as an entrepreneur, you've got your 5 to 9, right? So after you go home from work, you're working on your business. You're putting in your time, your effort. And that's what I did. I put in, it was like my baby. I was putting in everything I could, and I still do, into growing a successful business, into helping change lives. That's what is at the heart of it. So
this question, but you are actually, in some of actually I asked you a couple of questions before we came on, and you said that you're actually shy. So I want people to, I guess, touch on that as well. So are you technically an introvert, or you just feel like you're?
I think I am more outgoing online, my online presence. When you meet me, it just depends on the situation. I could be shy. It just depends where I'm at, what the environment is like. If I'm put on the spot, I'm totally shy. Now, get me at church and put me on the spot, I'll be just fine. But in other places, I can be shy. Most of the times, it's when I am in an unfamiliar environment, I might tend to be more shy, but nobody would guess that because I'm super outgoing, especially online. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like if you put me behind the camera, I can, pretty much talk. But every now and then, I still have to get, somewhat used to and acclimated, to the camera. Sometimes if I haven't been on camera in a while, it takes me a while to get into it, get used to it. But it's even so some of these interviews and stuff, actually, most of the interviews, I get nervous and everything like that before the interview, which is, pretty interesting. So it's a step out of my comfort zone. So that, that's the thing, just to let you guys know, as far as you're always talking, and some of the guys, the people that I actually went to work with, some of my coworkers, actually not just a former job that I had, but actually a lot of the other jobs I had leading up to the one which I just about 6 months ago. A lot of the employees were actually saying that they don't have time to start a business, and all that stuff is a myth, kind of like Mercedes was saying in the beginning. But the thing is, you never know, unless you are actually going to try. And then you have to also think about, as far as if you constantly and continuously say you don't have time to do this or time to do that, then obviously you're not going to have time. But the reason why I say that is, you need to step out of your comfort zone. Even though you feel like you may not have time, at least try it and, do it anyway. So that's actually something that I want to touch on as well. As far as trying things, and it's all right. I guess Mercedes has a little cough or whatever, so you guys just bear with us. Excuse us. No big deal. Obviously, sometimes people just cough. They have a lot. Thank you for hopping on, even with the fact that you do have a cough. So that's actually, it says a lot, about being an entrepreneur. Just the fact of you still got to do what you need to do, to get things done. So that doesn't necessarily say, as far as it doesn't speak about you on entrepreneurial. Actually, it does. It speaks more so about your character and the fact that, you're willing to hop on, even though you got situations and stuff going on around you. And even the fact that Be Live, which I don't know, I'm having issues with Be Live every now and then. She cannot see me. So if she's looking around, in space or anything like that, it'll be just to let you know she's, she can't see me on the screen. But so the next question, I guess, how do you manage all this? Now, speaking of time, it's like, how do you manage this, your business? And because obviously she just said she's a mom and she is still an employee. So, what does time management look like for you?
I'll just be honest. I have not mastered time management when it comes to a lot of things, because I am listen, when you're an entrepreneur, like that is who you are. Your life's work is summed up into your business. It's summed up into your baby. You can't help but to, put in those extra hours working on your business, right? And so I think time management is actually, it is a big deal, and it is something that you have to be able to do with balancing, your job responsibilities, balancing your home life, balancing your spiritual life, your physical life. And listen, I I will just dare to say that most people and most entrepreneurs, especially ones just starting out, don't have it all together. And you know what? That's okay. You'll get to that point as long as you make it a priority to learn how to balance everything out. And so that's one of the journeys that I'm still in myself, learning how to walk this thing out and being able to balance everything in a timely manner to where everybody's taken care of in the house, to where I'm taken care of, self-care and all of that. So if you're struggling with that, you're not alone. Just keep working at it.
Good. Yeah. Thing, constantly say, always baby in, because an object at rest stays at rest. And I actually just heard a quote from Dr. Something came on the radio, and he was saying, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. And, just the fact of, you have to try something. You have to try something, because there's really no such thing, as job security anymore. So you always have to have, a side hustle. You have to have multiple streams of income. And I know that's what Nicole Walters talks about is, as far as having multiple streams of income, having, just more than one way that you are getting paid each and every day, each and every week. And I guess let's talk a little bit about, the multiple streams of income. So, how important is that to you and your family, as far as just to you in general?
It's everything. Being able to have multiple income streams means that when one income stream goes away, that you are not falling in the hole, losing your house, losing your car, and living out on the streets. You have to have multiple income streams and have as many as possible. And you want to have passive income streams. I know a lot of people that will, dabble into several different side hustles. They'll create an income stream with these side hustles, but they're also creating multiple streams of time waste, I guess I would say. They're giving out time here, and they don't master one thing. And the income streams are never actually really legitimate. They're more like hobbies. So I do always encourage people, listen, yes, you want to have multiple income streams, but don't start out with 10 different side hustles, okay? Because you're not going to have success if you work on one income stream at a time. And so that is how I've kind of built my life, is working on one income stream at a time. I have people message me all the time. Hey, Mercedes, you're so good at this. I want you to join my team and sell this product and I get messages like that all the time. And what people don't understand is that, listen, I am busy working on this one specific income stream. And so what I have to do is that is a part of the time management. Once I have this to where it's running on its own, then you go to the next income stream. And so I also do think, that is a big topic today, multiple income streams, but I also think it's not being talked about how to actually approach obtaining those multiple income streams. And I just want to encourage people, don't feel bad if you only got two income streams, your job and, your side hustle. Listen, work on it and then add in the next income stream as it makes sense, right? You don't have to have 6 income streams tomorrow. You want to work on them. But as you do work on them and they become well-rounded and you are making a substantial amount of income from each stream, then you're not going to just rely on one. If one of them falls off for whatever reason, just like your job is an income stream. If your job fires you or, they shut down, you have to be able to say, okay, hey, that sucks, but thank God I've got these other income streams. All right, this frees me up to go grab another one in place of the one that fell back. So hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like she was saying, actually I talked a little bit about this on another interview. It's like if you try to implement 5 or 6 things at once, more than likely you are actually not going to succeed. Like if you want to have a goal, or you want to read more books, and then you want to exercise, and then you want to spend more time with your family, and then you want to, start a business and a job. You just try to implement one thing at one time. I mean, don't try to do too much. And then once you're used to doing that, like I think people said, a habit is made off of something that you have done consecutively for 30 days. So therefore, if you consecutively get up, exercise every morning for 30 days straight, then obviously pretty much you've made a habit. So therefore, then implement something else. So that is, a very, very good point. But now actually let's talk about mystery shopping. So as I said, from the beginning, you kind of pretty much felt the same way as you said. And as I said from the beginning, you felt the same way in the beginning as I did, as far as, you thought it was just, just how do people get paid, online, or how to shop and going to shop, and you thought it was a scam and all that stuff. So exactly, I guess just walk us into the details of how you just first found your first mystery shop, and then how did you develop into
Your phone went out. Excuse me, not your phone, but the audio went out for just a second, but I think I heard what you said. And like I said, I got started in 2013, and I found out about the legitimacy of mystery shopping on a double date with my husband, his best friend, and the girl he was dating at the time. And so through her, I was able to get my foot in the door. And after that, really, it just took off. I mean, when you realize, or when people find out that they can get paid to go grab a steak dinner, when they can get paid to go to the movie theaters, to go to a theme park, to take their kids for ice cream, when people realize, hold on, I'm paying for this stuff. I didn't realize that I actually could make a living off of having fun and going shopping. And when you realize that, it could be life-changing. And that's how it was for me and my family. It was very life-changing, because I am the go-getter that I am. And when I heard that I could get paid to shop, you didn't have to tell me anymore. I was on it. Okay. And ever since then, it's been amazing. Literally getting paid to shop all over the country at thousands of different stores and restaurants and theme parks and casinos and sporting events. I mean, we've even gotten one of my favorite mystery shops that I've done was being able to take my husband to an NBA championship. It was the playoffs, and we got to go see LeBron James play. We had amazing seats, free food. I mean, come on. Like, it doesn't get any better than that.
Hold on. I got to stop you right there. So I didn't even know about this. So are you telling me that there's actually mystery shops to go to NBA games?
Yes. NBA, NFL, concerts. I got paid, excuse me, to take my daughter. It was her birthday, and she loves Toby Mac, and we got paid to go do that. I mean, she was ecstatic. And so, yes, NBA, NFL, hockey, all of that. You can get paid to go to those games and those concerts.
Yeah, even the concerts, because actually I've been to a Toby Mac concert, and I think maybe I got free tickets, but the tickets were pretty expensive, as far as just, just pretty much like, a typical concert, which, obviously, if you don't have to pay, even if the tickets were inexpensive, you don't have to pay for it. And obviously you're saving money, which is an advantage anyway. So what some people may have stipulations as far as, just thinking, this probably only works in big cities, or, things like that. So what if you're small city? Can you actually do mystery shopping as well, or do you have to be in a big city?
So sorry, that would not let me talk. So obviously, when you are in a bigger city, there's more shopping centers, there's more things to do, which it turns out to be more mystery shops. If you are in a small city, that doesn't mean you can't mystery shop. It just means, hey, if you live in the country and the nearest Walmart is 20 minutes away, and the nearest oh, Charlie's is 20 minutes away. There's mystery shops there, but you're going to have to drive, right? So I think, and I've taught a lot of people that live in really small towns, and those are the people that actually sometimes end up making the most money. As long as you're willing to travel to the nearest, wherever all the shopping centers and all the entertainment is, then you can mystery shop. And let's just say you don't even have a car. There have been people that have been disabled that have been able to mystery shop. They don't even have a car. Well, they can sit down in the comfort of their own home and mystery shop over the phone. So personally, I've sat at my kitchen table and made phone calls, and in 1 hour made $100, and I didn't even have to get out of my pajamas. So mystery shopping is worldwide. It is everywhere. Anybody can do it. And like I said, you can do it right from within your home.
That's good. I mean, that's good. So you don't have to leave your home, and you can just make phone calls. That's very interesting. That's amazing that you can do that. So, I mean, a lot of people are always talking about, well, I need more money. I need to make more money. And they're trying to go out and actually make, have part-time jobs. I mean, like I was telling Mercedes before I hopped on, actually, I had a full-time job and a part-time job. Then at one time, I actually had 2 full-time jobs. So I was always, thinking of, other ways to make money. And the ways that I made money were actually outside of the house, which obviously I told her, doing that because I missed a lot of time, with my family. Even working my 9 to 5 job, was really wasn't a 9 to 5. It was more so like a 3:30 to 11:30, or even a 7:30 to 3:30, and then an 11:30 to settle. And then actually I had a weekend shift too. So, which I worked 12 hours on the weekend, which pretty much ate up a ton of my, my weekend hours, where I was working 24 hours on the weekend, which pretty much was about 3 days. So I missed a lot of time with my, my family. So you guys, if you're looking for something to do, and if you're actually looking for, I guess, just other ways to make money, you don't even have to develop this into a business. I mean, Mercedes has actually built a business around mystery shopping, but I mean, you can just actually pick up a few shops. I mean, you can actually, there's on the screen right now, if you look down below, there's actually a link to where you can get access, where she actually has a free webinar to tell you how to get started. I mean, she has done all the groundwork for this. She obviously, you have to go out and you have to research all these different companies, because obviously, as she said and I said in the beginning, there's a lot of scammers out there, and obviously there's scams with everything that you are that you come into. I mean, crooks and criminals are going to be criminals. They're always going to have, they're always going to try to rip people off, try to steal, and so that's the thing, Mercedes has already done the groundwork. I mean, if you want to spend time doing this, then go ahead. But that's one thing that we cannot get back, as far as, it's just time. And she's already spent time looking at these different, to be honest with you, I know she knows what she is talking about, because actually I've made money, and actually I had shops. And I made the mistake, I guess, of going live on one of my lives. I actually had to pull it down because my wife said, you can't say the name of the company that you went to. So so I'm not going to get into the companies and stuff. I don't know if you can or say, cannot say them. But the thing is, yeah, I've actually made money from actually some of our training, the companies and stuff she has recommended. So just to let you guys know, she knows what she's talking about. You can go, yeah, go ahead. You can go Google it. You can go search on it. But that's the thing. I mean, you're going to have to put your information on there. You're going to have to put I think some of them you have to give your addresses and stuff. Obviously, you got to sign up and do different things with different, I guess, vendors who has mystery shops and all that stuff. Actually, let's go into that. Can you tell us a little bit about why do companies want to mystery shop? I mean, what's the purpose of a company actually having a customer come in and buy something, and then they reimburse the person, and pretty much giving them free goods? What is the purpose of companies doing?
Yeah, so the purpose of mystery shopping is just market research. So these companies, every company, if you're a business owner, perhaps you may want some mystery shoppers in your business. But what it is to make sure that the business is running smoothly, that everything is following the lay of the land and how it's supposed to be according to the business, I guess, not the business laws, but how the business has set it forth in their operations and in their bylaws and stuff like that. And so with mystery shopping, these big industries, just any industry you can think of, it's being mystery shopped. And so they use the information from mystery shoppers to be able to gauge what's going on. Because let's just looking at this from a business person standpoint, if I've got 100 stores, and I've got managers, I've got regional managers, all of that. Okay, that's cool. But how do I know what it looks like from a consumer's perspective? Are the consumers getting the feel that I want them to get when they walk into my place of business? So the way to do that is to bring in people outside of your employees, outside of anybody in that industry, and bring them in and say, okay, what was going on when you walked in the doors? How did this make you feel? Was this clean? And so these are things that mystery shoppers are looking for. And that feedback really helps these industries and even the government. Even the government uses mystery shoppers to make sure that our laws here in America are being followed by multiple different industries.
That's interesting. I did not know that the government actually had mystery shops. So how, I guess, I don't know if you want to get into the specifics. It's probably all in the class. I mean, if it is, just say, go watch the class, go watch the training. But I mean, how did you find, I guess, different companies? How did you find these companies? How much research did it take? I want people to see exactly if they want to go do this on their own. I mean, how hard is it? Or is it, is it just pretty easy?
You know what? I'd like to say it's super easy as far as in teaching yourself, but I'm going to tell you right now, it took me 6 months to learn the basics and another year to 2 years to know what I know now. And every year I'm learning something new. This industry is constantly updating and having, regulations and things. And so when you join my webinar, I'll kind of take you more through that process. And in the beginner's mystery shopping class that I offer you, all of that knowledge that took so long of research and all of that, I compile that down and I get you started in 45 minutes. And you literally, as soon as we are done chatting, you can go start mystery shopping. And so you kind of cut out all of that extra work and you can get started the same day within the same hour that you talk to me. And so that's just the beauty of iShop, which is the name of my company. The beauty of iShop is it gets people on their way to an instant income stream within 45 minutes.
And then let me ask you this, as far as your, you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. I don't know if you want to get into the numbers or not, but I mean, what is the most that you've ever made from just one mystery shop?
$300.
Wow.
In 30 minutes.
Next question, how long did it? And then I know that they actually have paperwork that you have to fill out. So as far as that $300 in 30 minutes, how much did you have to fill out, like as far as the paperwork and, just once you went to the shop? Obviously, you have to come back and you have to fill out stuff online, paperwork and all that stuff. You have to report to the company and let them, know what actually went on. So, I mean, how long did it take you to fill out
the 30 minutes included the shop and my feedback. So it was pretty good.
$100. Yeah, so you made $300 in 30 minutes. So that's pretty good. I don't know how many of you guys out there actually make that type of money per hour. So I mean, really per hour, that would be $600 per hour. So that's pretty interesting. And so what are the ranges of the shops? I mean, can you get into the specifics as far as, I know you said they have them in like every industry, but I mean, for the typical ones that most people go to, can you say that online, or can you not
so
mention
what
that? I don't know.
What I do is I go through all of this in my class. So when you join I think you said you have the webinar link posted. When you hop on the webinar, I will take you through my story, if you're watching this right now, and all of the juice, I like to call it. And if you feel like it's a good fit, that you want to give mystery shopping a try, then we will hop on a 45-minute class where I will go through everything. But just in short, to answer your question, Mike, somebody that's looking into this asking, okay, how much money can I make at this? I would say at minimum, if you kind of want to break it down without me going into a 30-minute spiel, at minimum, you're going to be making $15 an hour. And that's at minimum. I mean, that's on the low end. That's like nobody even does that low. But I always want to be, upfront and honest, because everybody's different, everybody's work ethic, everybody's schedule. So some people might have more time to shop. Some people don't. It just depends. And it also depends on, the knowledge and experience you have. But like I said, when we chat for about 45 minutes in my class, you will know everything you need to know and will be able to start getting your first mystery shop.
And then I know my wife, my wife was the one who introduced me to Mercedes and everything. And actually my wife has made money as well. So that's, another thing, like as far as, if you have a husband and a wife that actually want to get into it, because I mean, most people think, shopping's just for women and all that stuff. But you do have guys that are actually in your course as well, or actually husband and wife teams, or you have men that actually shop as well. Because, well, obviously, yeah, I shop. So you have other men that actually do that as well, too, right?
We do, but we need more men. Shopping appeals to women more so than men, but the industry definitely needs men. Mike, my phone's got 4%. Let me hop and get my charger while you get ready for the next question. Just a second.
All right, that's good. So as you can see, you guys, everything is pretty much already laid out for you. She already has a course. She's already actually did the research. She's done the information on these, these mystery shops. So, and then as you said, it's not necessarily just for women only. She's actually saying that she needs more men and she needs more, men. Yeah, she just needs more men to actually go out and do more shops and everything like that. And I don't know if you want to figure out the specifics in different companies and everything like that, just sign up for the class. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything to take a class. Only thing it's going to cost you is time, which is valuable time if you're going to make money, because it's actually turning time into money. So if you're actually going to change your time, if you're actually going to, trade your time, then obviously you need to trade your time doing something valuable instead of sitting watching TV, watching a game, watching, a movie, watching Netflix, something like that. Why don't you sit and watch this for, she just said 45 minutes. So if you have 45 minutes, which I know you do, actually you can just take this. And they can go on their phones and all that stuff too, like while they're cooking or something, they can watch it. Eating. Well, I try not to have phones at the table while we're eating, but if you guys do that, if you have your phones out anyway, at least play it where your wife or your kids can actually learn how to money. And actually, that's something else I want to ask too, as far as what's the age limit for shoppers?
So
the minimum age.
You have to be 18. 18, you can mystery shop.
All right. And then let me go ahead and ask this last question. I know we kind of went on specifics and details today for, this interview. Sometimes, I'm on the mindset and all that stuff, but I always end with this question as far as if you were to have a superpower, what would it be and why?
That's a good one. That makes me think of one of my favorite superheroes, but I don't know if I'd want her power. You know what? I probably would want to, what do they call it? Like shapeshift and be other people. I think that would be pretty neat.
So go ahead.
Somebody on the X-Men, I think, can shapeshift, and I can't think of who it is. I can't think
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, it's a lady, right? Isn't it a lady?
Yeah, it is. I cannot think of her name.
Is it Miss P?
That doesn't ring a bell.
So if you guys actually her class, just go ahead and check it out. It's right here on the screen below. And else they can reach out to you, Mercedes, or should they just reach out to you through the class, or can they reach out to you on your personal page on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter? Where are you at? What are your handles?
I am on all major platforms, social media platforms, and anybody can find me at the handle at Mercedes Eckert. Sorry, guys. And then you can register for our webinar. Our next webinar is October 22nd. Be there. It's a Tuesday night at 8 p.m. It's a free webinar. You can hop on, like Mike said, listen to it while you're cooking dinner, while you're relaxing. So you can listen to it while you're, whatever you're doing, turn it on. Give me a few minutes of your time and let's see if mystery shopping is a good fit for you. And I would just dare say that if you are looking for an income stream, whether to pay off debt, to save up for a big vacation or a new house or a new car, or perhaps you are starting a business and you need capital, this is a great way to fund a business. This income stream, I believe everybody should do, because you know, if you're watching this right now, have you went out to eat in the last 30 days? Have you had your car oil changed in the last 30 days? Have you had to go grocery shopping? Did you go to the movies? If you said yes to any of those things, then you should be a mystery shopper, because instead of spending your hard-earned dollars on these things that we're doing every week, you can be getting paid to do them instead. So hop on and register for our webinar on October 22nd at 8 p.m. And I look forward to seeing you there.
And thanks, Mercedes. Thank you for hopping on. Like she said, we're already doing these things anyway. So, Mercedes, we hope you feel better. Take care of that cough and everything like that. So, guys, on the next one. Until then, continuously, always, constantly be moving. Always do something. That's why I bring these guys on, just to let you know you can do this while you're actually working full time. You can do this whether you're situation you're in. You can do that. So thank you guys so much for tuning in and hopping on, and thank you again, Mercedes. And we will see you guys on the next one. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, how's everybody doing? I am actually live here with a surprise guest, Alex Meir. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of him. You know him. He's Ty Lopez's business partner. He just sold his company, Zeus, the dating app.
Thanks a lot for having me, Mike. So, first of all, that's right. If you want to build, I talk about it all the time. It's called authority bias. If you want to build an online presence, what you're doing right now is actually exactly the right thing to do. So, and I left everything behind. I left my science and academic career behind, and I started my first company that actually ended up becoming Zeus.
What's the life like, working for NASA? I mean, is it like a typical 9-to-5 job, or how does that work?
No, far from it. I remember.
When you say NASA, I mean, obviously, everybody knows NASA, and it's a big name. So why did you decide to actually step out on your own and say, I'm tired of working for somebody else, I want to work for myself?
Well, to be honest with you, so first of all, I was never, I gotta say, working at NASA never felt like I was working with for someone else. It was great. And, a lot of times, sometimes I even look back and I feel like, I was really happy working at NASA. It was kind of my childhood dream, and it was a lot of fun. I was doing a lot of exciting things. I worked on many different projects. So it wasn't like despite like not liking my job that I went and, became an entrepreneur. It's just curiosity on whether or not I could actually succeed as an entrepreneur. I did not have, most entrepreneurs, they grow up as a scientist, you're kind of at the mercy of the funding for your research. So whatever is the source of research, even if you're inside an organization. So that's kind of the methodology. So it wasn't as much as I want to tell you that I had a spark of genius. I didn't. It was more like blind experimentation.
And then I guess even as now, like for a new entrepreneur starting out, because actually I'm getting ready to develop a new Facebook group for employees transitioning to entrepreneurs. So I mean, as far as like a new entrepreneur starting out, what exactly do you think they should get started with? What business? I mean, is it digital marketing, or how can they actually decide on what business they want to go into?
Yeah, so here's kind of like I have two answers. Answer number one, to like all of a sudden I'm gonna implement Arnold's workout regimen and be like, it just doesn't happen. I can't do that. So I'm like, okay, so let me lift some weights, see how it feels. All right, not bad. It's like painful, but let me do it one more time. And then after like a month or 2 or 3, it becomes part of who you are. And then you can't remember how you were before that, right? So
I guess a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of people know or not, how did you meet Ty Lopez? How do you just, come about and say, let me be Ty Lopez's business partner? Did he approach you, or did you approach him? Or actually, that's a good question too. You can answer that, then answer this question. I know I'm giving you 2 questions at once. But what is a good, I guess, philosophy or idea in picking a business partner? But so why do you think a lot of people fail at business?
So you have to have all 3 in place. If you want to have any chance of building a big business, all 3 of them have to be in place. So that's what I love.
How big are you an advocate of mindset? So do you believe in meditation, reading books, watching videos, trainings? What exactly does a person need to do to get their mind set? Or is that even important in life in general, not even just entrepreneurship, but in life in general? What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think it is.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? We're back again for another interview today. You just got to try to schedule them when you can. And today I have with me Jelani. I should have asked him his name when I was in the little in the green room, I guess we can call it. I should have asked him, how to pronounce his name. But actually, I ran into contact with him. Actually, it was on Kim Dang's page, and it's kind of, I guess they call her, some people call her Kim Possible, and she does a lot of stuff with, Chrome extensions and all that. And I was like, who's this guy? Because I looked at his profile, because obviously that's what I do. I'm pretty sure everybody else does it too. You see somebody you don't know, especially online, being interviewed by somebody, you'll go to the other person, the person you're not familiar with, you'll go to their profile and look it up. So I went to his profile, looked it up, I was like, worked at ClickFunnels. I was like, man, this guy used to work at ClickFunnels. Then you see he has his ClickFunnels hat on, giving Russell Brunson free advertisement, so nothing wrong with that. He's got the hat on and the blue colors and everything. So I just thought, his story was interesting as far as he used to work. I didn't listen to all of the interview, but I kind of went on his page and looked at some of the stuff. But we can get him on here, and actually, he can just tell his story of how he came up. Appreciate him coming on. I know he's a busy guy, and I think he used to train or still does train 2 Comma Club award winners. I don't know if that's accurate, correct or not, but I don't know. He can go into a story, but you can have the floor now. Just so just go ahead and tell some of your background, how you got started in online and all that stuff. So
yeah, sure. So I got into the internet marketing world about 2 or 3 years ago. I just started drop shipping. I used to work at a company that I hated, and I was looking at ways to make more money online. And I made money drop shipping, and I ran out of money. So I was looking for another job, and I saw that ClickFunnels was hiring. And then I applied, and I got the job. So I worked my way up to what they call the VIP team, which is basically helping Russell Brunson's inner circle members. So I wasn't actually training them. I was actually just helping them with software issues. But through that, I was able to give them suggestions, I guess you could say, and kind of make sure they were going in the right direction. So yeah, that's basically it. And I through that experience, I was able to gain a lot of information about funnels, about how ClickFunnels works, and I'm very well versed with ClickFunnels. Like I know it like the back of my hand. And because of that experience, I was introduced to a lot of ideas and a lot of people who are influential. And they've been really my fire underneath me to really do it, because the honest truth is anyone can do this. These people that you see in the group, Russell Brunson's Facebook group, and these people that have amazing stories, they're all regular people who followed the process, didn't give up, they were consistent, and they made it. Like they eventually, found that one thing that worked. And that's the reality of it. So it made me really want to go out. So I stopped working at ClickFunnels January 1st. So I've been full time just working on my own stuff, like my YouTube channel and my YouTube ads course that I've been developing.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting story that most people trying to get into ClickFunnels, and it's pretty interesting that you just got out of ClickFunnels. So you're pretty much kind of paving the path where everybody wants to go. So actually, this morning I was actually on YouTube, and you guys might hear a little feedback in my mic. I don't know. I was telling Jelani earlier that I just did. I mean, some of y'all are on the interview. I just had an interview with about an hour and a half long, and mic was fine, but all of a sudden, it kind of, went haywire or whatever, but it's no big deal. I mean, as long as you can hear me, you can hear what I'm saying, understand what I'm saying, so that's good. But actually this morning I was actually somewhere and I was scrolling through, actually looking at some YouTubes, and obviously, if you hit any of Russell Brunson's stuff, I mean, more than likely you're going to get retargeted. But this one ad that I had was actually an hour and a half. I mean, the ad was an hour and a half. It was Russell Brunson talking at the 10X conference. I guess it was last year. And I want to ask Jelani, how do you, well, first off, how do you do YouTube ads? Actually, you can just kind of spill off of this. I'm just going to give you a lot to digest, to talk about. But first off, how do you do YouTube ads? And then how do you get a long ad like that? Because most people don't have long ads. To get a longer ad, do you have to pay more money or, stuff like that? But you can just go ahead and, explain that.
Sure. So YouTube ads work through AdWords. So Google owns YouTube. So if you have an AdWords account, you're able to essentially run ads and anyone can do it. It is a little different than Facebook, where they do a manual review process of the ads. So they're a little more strict on what you can post, but there is no time limit or anything like that. So anyone can run an ad. The shorter ads obviously just probably work a little bit better. So I'm assuming Russell's targeting people that already know who he is and have a little more that's not their first interaction with them, basically. So that can probably work. I don't know what ad it was, but I'm assuming that it was probably just something that was promoting something. I don't know what it was, but so there's no time limit, but as a general thumb, I think my ads normally like 3 to 5 minutes, and that just works for me. But there's no time limit, and anyone can do it. So if you have an AdWords account, you can just make an ad, run it, and see if it does well. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I do have a 5-day challenge, so I can give you the link, but for anyone who wants to join to learn how to run YouTube ads, you can definitely do the challenge. But yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, because I know that especially being agency owners, because I have a lot of agency owners in my group. Well, obviously pretty much all agency owners, and just starting out. I know a lot of people are telling them different ways to market or acquire clients, and even if they already have clients, there's different ways that they can actually help their clients. But most agencies are just doing as far as running running ads for their clients and running ads for themselves and developing clients. They're just pretty much doing, Facebook, and you hear them throw in Instagram a little bit. And obviously, they got SEO and they do Google ads. But I guess, that would be, is that a part of the Google ads, the AdSense as far as YouTube ads, or how does that work? Or just the ads on the page? Is that different?
AdSense is like, if you become a partner of YouTube, it's a separate thing. You get paid out. So like if people run ads on your channel and people click on the ad, then you get paid because it was on your channel, on your video. So that's one thing. But then the ads part, like if you are actually running ads on other people's content or other people's videos, then that's where it would come, AdWords would come into play. So AdSense and AdWords are two different things. But I mean, obviously you can make money from both. If you're partner with YouTube, you can have other people monetize on your channel, and then you can also run ads on other people's channels. So there's different ways you can target on YouTube ads. You can target based on specific videos. So like you can get a whole list of videos, and there's tools out there that allow you to like kind of scrape YouTube to see which videos are monetized, because you can only run ads on monetized videos. So you can make a list of videos that are monetized and then run your ads on those specific videos. You can run ads based on specific channels. So if you have, a list of channels that are in your niche, you can make an ad targeting those channels, and any videos on those specific channels your ad would be shown on those videos. Then you can target based off of keywords. So for example, if someone types in how to make money online, and you have an ad that's targeting those specific keywords, then that your ad would be shown for when someone typed that in. Those are the main ways. There's other ways you can do it. It's a little advanced, but I like keywords. That's just my thing. Just getting a list of keywords, seeing which keywords work, and then breaking them down and cutting the ones that are not getting me impressions or getting me conversions, and then just increasing the cost but also scaling the keywords that are working in my favor.
So you pretty much do keywords. So that, in Facebook, they pretty much do like target audiences and stuff like that. The way you can target audience, you can target pages, you can target, they kind of cut back some of the demographics and all that stuff. They restricted them. So so I guess in YouTube, I know you say that you can target specific channels, but I mean, how are the demographics or how are as far as targeting, what's the difference between targeting in Facebook and targeting in YouTube?
Yeah, it's a good question. So like you said, Facebook is all about interest targeting. So, if someone's interested in ClickFunnels, right, you can target ClickFunnels as a whole and run ads to that specific group of people that are interested in that thing. Whereas for YouTube, it's all about search intent. So, I mean, the general idea is search intent, but you can also run ads to no search intent. So by search intent, I mean people who are searching specific things, or people who are going to specific channels or watching specific videos. You can target on YouTube based off of topics and interests as well. So on Facebook, you can only do interests, but on YouTube, you can say, I want to target someone that is interested in cars, right? And then you can target that segment of people who have some type of interest in cars, and Google will figure that out based on the data that they've collected, because every single website on the web pretty much has a Google Analytics pixel, or like some type of connection to Google where Google can, kind of scrape that data. And then we're able to use it as advertisers. We can target by age as well. Like on Facebook, you can target by if someone has a high school education, if someone doesn't have a high school education, if someone went to college, if someone's starting a business or looking for information on how to start a business. So there's a lot of different ways that you can target, and it's I would say it's more advanced than Facebook, because Facebook kind of limits on like what you can do. And I like YouTube because of the search intent factor, where I'm not randomly showing ads to people. I'm showing ads to people who are actually interested in what I'm talking about. So I'm not gonna I can run an ad talking about Facebook ads on YouTube, and it will only show the ad to people who are either looking up Facebook ads or have some type of interest in Facebook ads, right? And that will increase my conversions because they're already looking for that thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, that's interesting that you're saying that. Yeah, if you guys are on live now, hashtag live, hashtag replay, and you know what I say here, you know what the motto is here, you know why you guys are here. Always be moving, hashtag ABM. So this is pretty interesting that he is actually saying that because a lot of people just talk about, well, you take your agency and then you just advertise on Facebook. So right now, I think somebody said that to acquire a client for an agent is maybe you spend about $50. So I mean, in comparison to doing things on YouTube, do you think that the advertising on YouTube right now, because a lot of people aren't talking about it, so it's kind of like where Facebook was maybe like 5 years ago, right, or so, so I mean, obviously this is pretty interesting that we're talking about YouTube ads, because I mean, like, really not many people are talking about it. So yeah. I mean, what's the conversion rates? I mean, is it cheaper to run ads on YouTube in comparison to Facebook, or is this something agency owners need to be looking at?
Right. Yeah. Good question. Yeah, definitely. I think people who are content creators or people who have agencies should definitely be looking into YouTube ads. So for example, I was asking people like a few days ago or a week or two ago, I was trying to get some like information about webinars, because there's a lot of people who run webinars, and some agency owners might have clients that are running webinars, and the general consensus was you're paying about $4 to $7 per lead for a webinar registrant. And for me, I'm getting less than $3. So my costs are significantly less than if I were to go on Facebook. Obviously it depends on niche. Like I can't speak for, everyone's niche, and every niche is different. But from what I've seen, YouTube ads is less, like you said, because it's not saturated. There's not a lot of people who are comfortable with being on camera, and that's a misconception that you have to be on camera to run a YouTube ad. You don't. You can run YouTube ads without being on camera, but that's a block that people put themselves in. Like, I have to be on camera, so I'm not going to run a YouTube ad, which gives us an advantage, right? Because less people on YouTube ads, the less the cost is. But I think it's worthwhile for agency owners to definitely take a peek and definitely, test it out. And if they are interested, there's coupons out there. So if you spend $25 on YouTube, they'll give you $100 in credit, just because they know that a lot of people are not, like, they're trying to get people in because they know like a lot of people are not doing it. But yeah, no, it's definitely something people should look into, and the costs are lower from what I've seen. I can't speak for everyone, but from my experience, it's definitely lower.
Wow, you guys need to check this out, because obviously you said you had a course. Yeah, you can drop the link out in. I don't know if I said yes, yay or nay, but yeah, you can drop the link in. I don't know, we can talk about that later. But I mean, obviously, this is something that's interesting, because it's kind of intriguing me. I want to buy the course, so that way I can figure out, what's going on. Because I mean, you just heard him say YouTube's giving people, I mean, if you pay $25, they're going to give you $100. So what, you get $125 in ads for $25?
Well, how
does that work?
You spend $25 and then they credit you $100. So essentially you're getting 70.
Well, yeah.
I guess $100 free, I guess, essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they, you can test it out and, see, if it's worthwhile. I mean, it depends. Again, it depends on the niche. It depends on the video ad, obviously. Since I have some experience with it, like, I know what works and like what works for me. But it's definitely cool. It's interesting. And I think I'm betting that in the next few years, probably next year or two, you're gonna see a lot of people transitioning to YouTube ads. Facebook ads is great. It works, but costs are just going to continue to rise. And to be in this game, in this day and age, you have to diversify your traffic. That's one thing that I learned at ClickFunnels, was like, the top guys don't just rely on Facebook. They're diversifying the traffic to make sure that if, an ad on Facebook is not working, an ad on YouTube or PPC is working, right? That's just an example, but diversifying, but putting more emphasis on YouTube ads. I can bet that that's going to happen in the next few years for sure.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, especially if you're seeing results, because I mean, obviously your results right now, conversion rates are lower. even on YouTube. So obviously, you know, a lot of marketers and everything like that catch on to that. Then obviously, yeah, they're going to come over to YouTube and they're going to draw the price up. So, I mean, that's interesting that, you know, you're saying diversify, because actually James Smiley was just talking about that, you know, as far as diversifying. And actually, I'm in the process of doing that now where, you know, my mentor, Rob Quinn, he is actually everywhere. I mean, you can pretty much see his face everywhere. And I think, well, obviously we know that's how Ty Lopez blew up too, because I mean, you know, he's on Snapchat, he's on Instagram. I mean, he has, you know, he's on YouTube, he's on Facebook. And I don't know, I don't go on Twitter, so I don't know if he's on Twitter or not. And then, you know, if you're just on a regular, you know, web page, sometimes, you know, Ty pops up on there too. So, I mean, that's pretty interesting that, you know, you're saying, you know, diversify the traffic. I see it looks like Devin joined us. What's going on, Devin? Amid joined us, Amid Ali. You know, hashtag live if you're on live, hashtag replay, you're on replay, and hashtag ABM on here. We're talking about YouTube ads with Jelani. He used to work at ClickFunnels, used to build funnels, everything like that. And we're talking about, you know, how you can actually just transition your ads, or not necessarily, you know, transition totally where you're pulling them from Facebook totally. But I mean, you might need to start exploring, you know, going into, you know, YouTube ads, you know, looking at getting in YouTube ads, especially being, you know, an agency on. So, Jelani, let me ask you a question as far as what is your, I guess you're one of the biggest takeaways that, you know, as far as on your journey, or what's the aha moment that you had where everything just seemed like it clicked? Because obviously, you know, you said you used to work at ClickFunnels, but now you're off doing your own thing. So, I mean, I guess what happened up until the point where you got to ClickFunnels, you know, before ClickFunnels, at ClickFunnels, and, you know, now, I mean, what's a big takeaway that you had? What was the aha moment that just, it was like, man, it's like, because of this moment, this is where I am now?
Yeah, probably the model that ClickFunnels goes by internally, which is ready, aim, fire. And it's basically like, regardless if you don't think it's going to work, regardless if you haven't tested it before, just do it, right? So at ClickFunnels, we were all, like, it was always changing day to day. Every single day, there's a new implementation for like SOPs, standard operating procedures. There's always something new with the platform. So like, you can imagine that it was just crazy. But throughout that craziness, there was structure, and they just did things. Like, it was just do it, you know, like, and I think a lot of people, especially like when I was getting started, I was so, a perfectionist and just like, oh, this has to be perfect, and, you know, this thing, this, that. But you have to just go do it, see what happens, and edit as you go, revise as you go. And I think that's the biggest thing, is like not actually getting something to the light of day because you have those like thoughts in your head, like, it's not going to work. I don't know if people like this, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because when you launch something, you learn either it's, you know, a good experience, you learn that you shouldn't do that again, or, you know, you learn that it's going to work out and that you should keep going. So there's always a learning experience that you can learn from. And that's probably the biggest thing. The second biggest thing is like, I learned that every single situation that I go into is a learning experience, and ClickFunnels was a big learning experience. Like, every day I learned something new. Every day I put something in, and I call it my like mental toolbox for like, I can use that later. So like, even little things like on Facebook, I'm scrolling down and I see just people writing things, or just things that catch my eye. I have a whole folder of marketing techniques on Facebook that I just save posts. I can go back and revisit them. I have a whole folder on my browser that just has folders of funnels that I can go back and review, that I can learn from. So always learning something new, and always just getting ready to implement. Just go for it, and, you know, see what happens.
That's good. That's good. You're saying that. I guess speaking of learning something new, I was kind of actually I saw it when let me pull it up, because I saw it on your screen. It looks like you got the what is it? The .com secrets in the back, the 3 books in the back, and then I don't know. I got to do better, I guess, with my staging. You're teaching me stuff here, you know, as far as staging and everything. I like that. But, you know, as far as learning and how you know, Jelani said, you know, you need to keep you know, just try stuff. there, because a lot of people are just scared to, try, like getting on camera. I had somebody actually, come out to me and like, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? Because really, I only started doing these interviews in the past, 2 months or so. So, I just got out there and kind of do it because I didn't like getting on camera. Sometimes I still, some of the interviews and stuff I have, I get a little nervous and all that stuff. But the thing is, actually I just had a Bumble, whatever you want to say. I had one now, so, I mean, it doesn't matter, as far as just get out there, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid to fail. Like you always say, somebody said, you want to fail forward. I think Will Smith talked about, he gave a, motivational speech where you say, if you're going to fall, or if you're going to, fail, make sure you fall forward. That way you're constantly, still moving forward. So, the thing is just, just get out there and try it. Oh yeah, about the camera. So yeah, I had somebody reach out to me and they said, yeah, they're like, I'm trying to, get on, they said, what are you doing? And I kind of told them what I was doing, working on my personal brand and all that stuff. I want to interview people, not just working on my brand, but just trying to learn stuff too, and actually taking people, along the journey as I learn. That's why I interviewed James Smiley. I interviewed, he's pretty big, as far as he does a lot of stuff now. He does a lot of coaching and everything. You and your YouTubes, and I'm going to interview Kim, and she does stuff, with not really bots, but I guess she does have a bot, but she really talks about Chrome extensions and all that stuff, building out Chrome extensions. So, I mean, that's the thing, just get out there. But I mean, like I said, you don't have to jump right into it,
Right.
You can just, progressively do stuff, as far as getting on camera, just go live, not even live, just record a video in your room by yourself, and constantly, work your way up to it. So that's pretty interesting, as far as you saying that. And then I got a couple of other questions as far as why do you think that people you've seen a lot of entrepreneurs and everything, and especially, working at ClickFunnels. I know you're around a lot of them. People made a ton of money, and I guess some people coming in, I guess they started from zero, went to whatever, and you actually met some of these people before. And the thing is, everybody doesn't make it. So, I mean, I know you've probably seen people that, came in, or, even seen funnels that were built out and they just kind of plopped off. And maybe even, obviously, yeah, you said that, because they obviously, if they keep changing and stuff, I mean, there's got to be a reason why they're changing. Well, obviously, yeah, because I mean, you're Russell Brunson and you probably don't want to, consistently do the same thing. You're always moving. But I guess as far as what is number one reason, like the people whose funnels did not make it, the businesses, people who, businesses did not make it, what is the number one reason why you think that people fail and they do not meet their goals and their dreams?
Probably not launching something, and not having a good offer.
All right. And then I guess how do you, what would be your recommendation to create a good offer? How do you know if it's a good offer or not? Well, obviously, yeah, if it sells, but
right.
I mean.
I think the best way is to give value. So whatever you're offering, so if it's like a course or something, why your course, right? So don't just give random offers, make them complement each other, make sure that they make sense with each other, and make sure that you can deliver on those things. I feel that a lot of funnels, a lot of course creators, they say these things and a lot of it's misleading, a lot of it is not true, and half the time they don't actually follow through with whatever they say. So make sure that whatever your offer is, that you can do it, that you can actually see through it, and make them complement each other, make sure they make sense for the niche and the audience that you are trying to serve, and make sure that you're putting your customer first. I think one of the biggest things that I learned is kind of build the funnel backward. So like start with, and this is something I learned from Stephen Larson, but also learned from like ClickFunnels internally. So start with like the middle of the funnel, and then make sure that middle part works. So like if it's a course, make sure that course works, and then build the front end, and then build the upsells and kind of work around the core offer. A lot of people like build the landing page and they build the I guess the tripwire, whatever it is that you're building. They build that first, but then they don't have something to follow up with it. And if you have a core offer, it's way easier to build around that rather than start with like a tripwire, then try to build the core offer, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. That makes sense because looks like Jack just joined. What's going on, Jack? My wife is on here. She put the hashtag live on there. Yeah, it looks like yeah, because a lot of people, I know I heard actually Rob Quinn talks about this as far as, with a lot of stuff, even in sales and everything. If you're an agency owner and you're trying to sell, a deal or something like that, he talks about reverse engineering. You need to start from, from the back, from the closed deal, then work your way back to, right when you're going into the meeting, kind of think, what the agency owner might say and stuff like that. And then that's kind of interesting because a lot of people, they do say reverse engineer. Some people say, well, start from the beginning, build your funnel from the beginning, start with your free product and build your way up to your, your tripwire, then your main product core, your core offer, and then, like that. So, but I mean, he's saying, Jalil is saying, oh yeah. And then some people say, reverse engineer, where you start all the way at the end and then work your way back. Right. But that does make sense that you say, you start with the course, because once you have the course and the main product, then you can just build little small products off of that. You can kind of entice people because obviously, if you have a course, and what's in the course, then you can pull a segment out of that course and make it like a PDF or something. But then, if people get a piece of that course, then it's like, well, I need the rest of it. You only give them like, just a little certain piece where they'll want more, where they'll pay, either get your free download your free PDF. But then, you pay, even take out a little more, put a little more information in your tripwire. But then, once you, do that, this is the way I'm seeing it. I don't know if this is how, it works or not, but this is kind of the way I'm thinking of, how you can do that. Because once, you start with the course, so just pull a little bit more out of the course, make a, like a $17 to $27 product. I don't know what the codes are. I think what Tripwire is what price, 17 to 47 or 97 or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and then, if you have a course and then you can actually build on to that, like your coaching program and stuff like that on the back end. So, I mean, that's a great idea. So, I mean, if you guys are out there thinking about building funnels, that's a way you can build funnels, and build courses around your funnels, because everybody wants to build a course now. Everybody's going into building, courses and all that stuff about SMMA. And actually, my wife was on one last night and actually, there's another lady. I don't know if she's in the health niche or what, but her name's Amy Porterfield. But I mean, she was talking about teaching people how to build a course, which, that was her course. So that's pretty interesting. You said that. And let me go ahead and I guess just, close out the interview. Now, there's one question that I always ask, pretty much ask it at the end. And some people think it's a deep question. Some people think, it's a lighthearted question. But let me ask you, so if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
Read minds.
To read minds. Why would you want to read people's minds?
Because a lot of people say something, but they don't really mean it. So to be able to get into someone's mind, that's like the ultimate power, because then you can kind of design your message around what they're actually thinking and what they truly believe. Not only that, like, you can just navigate the world just so much easier. You could just tell like who's with you, who's not with you. A lot of people are not for you, man. A lot of people just, one thing I learned a long time ago is a lot of people are just nosy and they want to know stuff. They just don't care about you. They just care about what's going on. They don't care about you, but they care about what you're doing and they want to know. And I feel like if you can read someone else's mind, then you know their motives before they even can get to that point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, you never really. Then you would see, the heart of a person. I mean, I heard people say read minds, before. I mean, they give that, that answer. But I've never really heard, I never heard it, spun that way. So that's pretty interesting that you said that. But I mean, if you want to reach out to Jelani, I mean, how can they reach you? I know you got the course. I mean, you got a website, you got a Facebook page, Instagram page. Where are you at the most? Or just you can let everybody know where else, just give everybody, give all your social media platforms that you're on.
Yeah, for sure. So you can follow me on YouTube, Jelani the Marketer. You can find me on Facebook. Just search my name, Jelani. And then pretty much, yeah, YouTube and Facebook is like the main ones. And then I'm sure I can give you the link for the challenge if people want to hop in on there. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's good. So I appreciate you coming on here. And like you said, he's going to have, hey, Norma, how you doing? Just join us. You have to go back and watch the replay about YouTube ads and everything like that. Yeah, so Jelani said, it's kind of, it's not saturated yet. It's going to be saturated. But obviously, because once marketers find out if they can go into an area, go into, a certain location, certain place, if it's cheap advertisement, obviously marketers are going to find out. So you need to go ahead and jump on board. And this guy's giving you actually a platform to do that. Before, everybody jumps on, you can get in now and actually know how to do it. You don't have to worry about, testing and all that. He's already done all the testing for you, obviously, because he has a course. And I just saw a post on his Facebook page where he actually gave a campaign that he ran on YouTube, which he got low amount of, I guess he got a lot of subscribers for, a minimum amount of money or whatever. So, low ad spend costs, for low conversion rate on, for his subscribers and everything or whatever he was doing. I know he said pretty much you just heard him say that he got subscribers for about $3, which is lower than what the average is. So he knows what he's doing. So, I advise you to go check out your course if you're advertising anything. It doesn't have to be agency stuff. I know there's some people on here, especially when my wife, she's in the health niche. So you can advertise stuff, with health products and all that stuff. So go check out his course. He'll give me the link. I'll drop it in the comments. And you can go check out his page because I'm sure it's all on his, his Facebook page, his Instagram page. But you heard everything. So I just want to thank you for joining us today, Jelani. And you can,
No problem.
let everybody know
For having me.
All
I
right.
sent you a message to the challenge, so you can drop that. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. And we'll do it again. And as always, hashtag ABM, always be moving. You guys have a good one. And I'll be back on here. Probably I may have another interview on Thursday. But you guys have a good one and take care.
See ya.
One. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I am actually here with Josh Gavin. He has a busy day. Actually, I had to postpone it a little bit because he was actually on another webinar. I don't know if you guys know Layton Butler or not, but I know he used to do some stuff with Rob Quinn and Agency in the Box. And just go check him out on his page. But actually, he had a webinar with Josh. So Josh is pretty busy today, Josh Gavin. And just going to introduce him. My wife asked me this morning, how did I get in touch with him? How did I find him? Actually, to be honest, I really don't know. He's probably in one of the groups or something, and I saw him post and went to his page. And actually, I've been talking with him probably maybe about the last 2-3 months, kind of off and on. And then actually, I kind of jumped into his program he had, I guess, the other day or whatever. But let me tell you, he is actually 16 years old. I actually stole some notes on his background, so I was on the webinar as well. But I know he was 16. Started his agency when he was 14 years old, and he has helped over 100 agencies with their cold calling. And thank you guys for joining us.
Cold messaging.
Cold messaging, yeah, not cold messaging.
Yeah. You're good.
Yeah, two different things there. As I put on the post, as far as he's actually found a way where you would not have to cold call. And, he's doing everything, in Messenger and cold messaging. But, just let us know if you guys are on live. That's right. My wife also, I just found this out the other day when I was talking to him. He is a homeschooler. My kids are homeschooled. So, that's pretty interesting.
Go.
16 years old. And I'm just going to actually, give the floor to him. Let him tell you about his background, how he got started, and everything like that. So the floor is yours, Josh.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, I appreciate that. And the introduction, all of that. I'm so happy that we were able to hop on this. But yeah, my background. So I did start doing service providing, or my agency, if you want to call it that, when I was 14 years old. Now, the way I got into this was I started with e-commerce and drop shipping. I was one of those kids who thought I'd make $1 million selling Chinese products, just chilling on Shopify, making all this big money, right? I was one of those kids. I'll admit that. I watched those YouTubers. Luckily, I never bought their course or anything like that. I was always a guy who stuck to just learning it myself, but that's how I got into all of it. Now, I soon realized, though, that drop shipping isn't something that you can just make $1 million off with a budget of like $100 a month as a 14-year-old kid, or 200, 300. I mean, I was working a part-time job at the time at a local apple orchard, so I had some money, but it's not like sustainable, right? So I realized that I needed something different, and I wanted to create a business and something I could brand myself as. So I came across social media marketing from my man Iman Ghazi. I found him on YouTube. I watched like a couple of his videos, and then 3 days later, I landed my first client for social media marketing at like $400 or something. And I was so happy. I was like, dude, this is crazy. $400, like all I have to do is like manage his Facebook. Like, what is this? This is amazing. And I thought it was so cool. So after that, I jumped into it full on. I started working with e-commerce stores, and up until that age and up until now, I've started to up my price for how much I charge, how much I'm worth, and, you know, working with a lot of different industries, a lot of different people. And now I'm switching into working with B2B agencies, helping agency owners. I've taught over 100 agencies how to cold message effectively using our 4 pillars. And, you know, we've kind of just worked from there. And I'm extremely grateful for supportive parents and amazing people in the community to help me out. And I hope I never take it for granted. And yeah, it's been a great journey. And I know it's not like I had some long background or rags to riches story, but I'm excited to see what happens the rest of this journey.
Yeah, that's a good introduction. You know, as far as, you know, he was talking about his parents and everything. Oh, I forgot to explain this, but actually, if you guys stay on to the end, he's actually going to give away a free gift. You have to stay on to the end to figure out what it is, see what it is, and everything like that. So, but I know it's going to be valuable, because every time he gets on a webinar, even when he's in it, you know, every time, you know, he puts a post down or something, man, you can go to his page, check out his testimonials. But the thing is, every time he drops information, it's valuable, and it can actually help you grow your business. On the webinar we just went to, he gave a couple of tactics. Actually, it was, I think, a guy, obviously I said this one guy, Latham, he's actually been working with Rob Quinn, and Josh dropped some knowledge on him that he didn't even know, as far as, I guess it was a specific type of software where you can acquire leads. So I'm telling you, this kid knows what he's doing. I mean, I call him a kid, he's 16, but I mean, if you listen to him, and
it's all good.
And if you, you know, if you listen to him, he's actually, you can see how he's actually already growing his business. So, I mean, he's not like a typical 16-year-old kid, which kind of leads me to my my next question. And actually, I forgot to introduce or say anything about this, but yeah, kind of changed up the setting. I don't have my microphone. I don't have my, you know, my polo on or anything like that. But I just wanted to do a little different, you know, always improving, just to let the kids know, you know, because a lot of people, I guess, they underestimate kids or youngsters or everything like that. But the thing is, you know, age is nothing, you know, but a number. Most of the time people say that, you know, when they get older, but even, I guess, you can look at that as far as, you know, a younger person as well. It's just nothing, you know, really but a number. So that leads me to my next question, as far as, I mean, how, and I know you're a homeschooler and everything like that. I kind of want to get your take on, you know, I guess the public school system, even though you may not have been in it, but I'm pretty sure you have friends and everything, especially being online.
Yeah.
You interact with people. So, I mean, because obviously you really don't talk like a normal 16-year-old little kid. And I want to say, look, I know you're about to turn 17 next month, but I mean, how did you develop it? I mean, did you read books? Was it something your parents influenced you in? I mean, how did you come to, I guess, this aspect? Because I mean, obviously, I have kids as well. So I mean, obviously, you know, and you seem pretty mature. You don't seem like, you know, you're 16 years old. So, I mean, explain what was the metamorphosis?
So one thing is, I feel like really helped is when you are homeschooled, you have the ability to not be under a strict set, you know, line of thought that they're putting down on you. You're able to branch out and explore different areas in the world and different, you know, things that you can pursue. And so I feel like that really helped me. I wasn't around the traditional public school kids that talked a certain way, all the same way, and fell into that, right? I was around multiple different people, so I was able to pick up on different ways people acted or talked. And so I feel like that really helped me. Another thing that I give credit to is, is when I was a kid, I mean, my dad, he does a lot of creative consulting, a lot of work, David Allen, Tony Robbins, all that kind of stuff. And he always worked from home. So I had the ability to sit in his office or like color in there when I was a kid, or just like chill. And I'd always like look at all this stuff, and like any books or resources he had that he sold for Tony Robbins or David Allen, I had access to, and I didn't really understand them. And I'd never read many books, but I was just like kind of submerged in that. And honestly, I never thought I would end up in the same line of, you know, work that he is in. but it really influenced it. And so hearing his consulting calls or his on-stage sales presentations and all of that, like I always give him credit to, you know, being that example, even if I wasn't pursuing that. Just listening to him and just being around that kind of helped me shape the way that he performs, and just like learning from my parents and always trying to respect what they have to say, and hearing what they have to say about my business and the way I act has really helped me, as well as just trying to be the best Christian possible, and, you know, making sure I don't have my identity in something that I'm not, and keeping my line of thought on where it should be.
That's a good answer, because I mean, speaking, I guess, from your parents' aspect, I know you did a post the other day, or you mentioned something in the comment where you said, I really don't even have access to my money. My money's still, you know, in my dad's name, so he has to pretty much give me, you know, give me my money. So I guess it was just something in the other webinar where people were saying, you know, there's like Josh needs to upgrade his internet service, and there was technical difficulties and all that stuff. And I don't know, it's actually technical difficulties on both ends. But I mean, that's the joy stuff of going live. But the situation with that was, Josh said, well, you need to talk to my parents and let them know they need to get the internet service and upgrade the internet service. So I think that's, you know, kind of interesting how you have a young, or actually, you know, one of your kids in the household is really not of age yet, and they're actually making pretty much, you know, a lot of money. As far, well, I won't say a lot, but I mean, they have their own business where, you know, they're pretty much, you know, they're not, you know, I guess they can't make their own decisions. So that's and so I have to ask you as well, what drives you? I mean, being 16-year-old, because I've heard this from a lot of, you know, other I guess entrepreneurs who are, I guess, older and have been in the business for a long time. But I mean, obviously you're just getting started and you're still young. But I mean, what drives a 16-year-old little kid, almost 17, to the fact that, I mean, what pursues you, or what pushes you?
Yeah, man. Okay. It's funny because first off, I don't think it's money, honestly, because if it was money, I would have stopped doing this a long time ago when I wasn't making money. That's what I always say. But I really feel like there's passion behind it. There's, in this world of, I don't know if it's just the teaching side of things or providing the results or having something that you've created, right? I really enjoy creating systems and strategies that make things easier, but also bring crazy results. And since I worked in an apple orchard, and I guess I'm still there in a sense. I work there seasonally as like a manager in a sense, managing people and whatever. But whenever I worked there, we were doing manual labor stuff, and there was jobs that were like harder or seemed hard. But I always was like, how can I do this faster but get the same result, right? And so I realized, like, I feel like that's kind of fit into my business world, and what drives me is having that kind of passion to create these systems and strategies that bring the same result, but cut the work in half, and then relate to the marketing space or the sales space. So I feel like just making systems, creating strategies, it's like, it excites me. And like, whenever I think about it, it's like, I start thinking like, oh, I can't wait to get back to my laptop, get things going, and just test things out. So I feel like that's what drives me.
I mean, I'm just sitting here, you know, kind of in awe just for the fact that you are saying develop systems, because I know that a lot of entrepreneurs, business owners are actually right now, they've been in business for a while and they still have not developed systems. They don't understand systems. So that's pretty interesting that you are, that you're saying that and that you know that. I mean, I know you talked a lot about your dad and your parents being an influence. I mean, is there anybody else that you kind of, you know, listen to? I mean, do you believe in mentors? I mean, can you pinpoint one particular person that you actually listen to and actually you learn? I mean, or is it just a multitude of different people? Just for the fact that you're even saying develop systems, because I know I just talked to Rob Quinn about this, and he said, you know, he's developing systems, and pretty much he just started, you know, developing systems. And not only just the fact that, you know, I keep saying you're young, but I mean, it's not even necessarily that, just the fact that you just pretty much started your business only for 2 years, which a lot of people still don't understand that they've been in business 10, 15 years. So do you want to,
So here's the thing, when it comes to mentors and everything, I've never been a person. I think I've bought like one course before, and it was like, I think I've only bought one course before, and it was like a year into what I was doing. I was always a kid who wanted to just figure it out on YouTube, figure it out myself, instead of like buying these courses, because one, I guess I didn't really have the money for it at the time, and I just wanted to do it myself. But I mean, one of the credit I would probably give to, first off, is definitely God. I mean, I listen to him all the time with everything I'm doing. I don't know what you believe on that, but I mean, that's kind of one of the main things, is just having that. But in a physical realm and all of that, Iman Ghazi, I learned from him. That's when I first heard about it. His lifestyle, his attitude really matched what I do now. I don't necessarily go to him that much, but I mean, he's definitely the guy kind of started this all in that sense. As well as another guy named Rainus. He's now my business partner. He kind of motivated me. It wasn't until after I had a call with him that I started getting to that 6-figure mark. And so I really credit whatever he did on that call. Like, it really like motivated me or changed my whole business model. And so those are kind of some of the people I can pinpoint at this point. But other than that, I just like to learn on my own and go through trial.
So I guess it's pretty important just saying that have somebody else, I guess, motivate you. I mean, I don't know if you want to go into detail.
Yeah.
I mean, what exactly, I expect you not to go into too much detail, but I mean, what exactly,
No.
I mean, what was the takeaway from that one call you had? I mean, how can just, I guess, because a lot of people think, you know, hopping on a call, one situation or one moment is really not going to change their life. But I mean, how did that one particular, I mean, was it something you said, or was it, I mean, what exactly clicked?
Yeah. So, one of the main things was he also was, he is 17 or now 18 as well, but he was a very confident, like mature person. I didn't know that. And so when he told me that, it really made like me feel like, all right, I need to be more confident now. I got to act more serious. Like, it kind of made me like look up to him in a sense, or like use as something like to look up to him and follow what he was doing. And then also one thing that always stood out to me that he helped and shaped a ton of things I do now is when he was talking about a script he used for cold calling at the time. He was asking certain questions, and the questions he was asking in that script, it's funny, it's something so small, but like learning those types of questions to ask totally transformed how I sold, how I, did everything, by just knowing that a good salesman needs to ask good questions, and how questions can psychologically do so much for you, like we talked about in our call the other day. It's just like it can do so much. So that's one of the big things I would say, is just looking at that I need to start asking better questions and taking questions and turning them into something bigger than just a question.
Yeah, I'm a real big advocate for asking questions. My mother-in-law used to get on me all the time. It's like, why do you have to question? Why do you have to ask so much questions? So, I guess
great. That's great.
Just for the fact of, let's talk about, I guess, cold messaging. So what made you go into cold messaging rather than just cold calling? Why do you prefer cold messaging over cold calling?
So initially, the reason why I got into it before I knew all the pros about it was because I was too young to drive, to go to meetings. And most of the time when you're cold calling, you're going to get a physical meeting. And I thought that's how you got to do it. And so I was like, I can't do this. How am I supposed to get meetings? Well, I guess I'm going to have to try something else, right? So that was one of the things that pushed me to realize, like, all right, I can just cold message them and use that so that they can't make an excuse for me to come in person. I can just do it over the phone. And so that's one of the reasons I got into it. But then I also realized that everyone's running towards cold calling, and they're all going that way. Like, oh, they're all going towards cold calling. So everyone talked about in the course. So I'm like, if I run the other direction, less people are going to be there, and it's probably going to work better. And so that's what happened. There's plenty more benefits behind it as well. But that was one of the main reasons. And even now, a lot of people are running towards cold messaging now. And so now it's time for me to look at what I'm already doing and then figure out a different way to go, like take a diagonal, angle at it and go a little bit the other way than everyone else. I mean, because I know cold messaging will always work, but the way you approach it, it'll change, right? It always takes changing, testing. So that's kind of the reason why I got into it.
That's interesting, because I just heard you say something on the other call as far as, I guess, where certain people are going to a specific software, but yet you saying, I've been using this software for a while now, and yet because of these people are coming, I need to go somewhere else. That's something that actually Gary Vee talks about, Ty talks about. It talks about, pretty much being a trendsetter. A lot of people are against it as far as the fact of if you get into a field too early, if it doesn't work, then you're pretty much going to lose. But the thing is, if you get into a field early and it does work, then obviously you're the trendsetter and you're going to win. So that's interesting.
Exactly.
And I think it was Cody near this question, and I think I asked Anthony Morrison this question as well. I mean, where do you see the trend going? I guess since we're specifically talking about agency owners and everything like that, I mean, where do you see the trend going? I mean, you said pretty much, people were cold calling at first. Now a ton of people are cold calling. Now people are actually moving to cold messaging. And I think you said PJ, the email guy, had a little beef with you, but I don't know if he's actually he's actually in cold emailing. So, I mean, where do you see, I mean, how else can we prospect, or where do you see, because I know you're saying you're trying to, cold messaging. So where else can we go after that? Or after the, what's coming up?
Yeah, honestly, what I think is going to happen is I feel like I was talking to somebody else about this. I don't know if it's true, and it's kind of a little bit of a joke, but I'm not sure. But I feel like once we get past cold messaging and everyone starts doing that, businesses are going to want to get back to the traditional side of things. They're going to want to get back to how it used to be. They're going to start being like, oh, remember those good old days when people weren't spamming us on cold messages, right? Like, and right now it's all, remember the good old days when people weren't spamming us on cold calls. And so what I feel like is going to happen is it might go back to the way it used to be. It might go back to like in-person walk-in meetings, like door-to-door sales. Like, I honestly think, you never know, a business is soon going to be more happy to have someone come to their door and physically talk to them than somebody spamming them on messages, right? And so I think that that's a possibility, but I always think that cold messaging will work to an extent, but the way you go about it is going to change, right? Right now, a lot of people are pitching in the first messages, so that means that I'm not going to pitch in the first message and I'm going to do something different, right? And right now, a lot of people are getting spammed. A lot of people are getting spammed by emails, cold emails. Then in the emails, I need to come at it in a way where I'm like, hey, I know you get hit up by a ton of people, but I'm not going to do that for you, right? I'm not going to try to sell you anything, and approach it differently. So the approach is going to change, but, things could just go back, relapse, and go back to how it used to be, just because marketers, they say marketers ruin everything, whether it's social media, sales, anything. Like, we ruin a lot of things for people. Like, we're selling, or like, that's what people say. So it's going to change. But I mean, we'll just have to see what happens with social media, and, you never know what'll happen, I guess.
That's pretty interesting. You say the marketers ruin a lot of things for a lot of people, because I just saw a post, and apparently Facebook is actually adjusting their platform to, as far as the messenger, where you can pretty much tell if a business is messaging you. So that's pretty interesting that, they said that. So, and then I guess as far as I know a lot of people may not know this, but what exactly is, I don't think we covered this, what exactly is cold messaging, and how, on what platform can cold message, and can it work for any business, not just for agency owners or anything like that? So
so cold messaging is essentially reaching out to businesses via a messenger space, whether it's LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, texting, any of those platforms. If you can type out and send a message, that is considered a cold message. Now, the way that I go about it, it is universal for any industry that we're reaching out to. The only thing that